Hello, darlings. That's the right one. Hello, darlings. Happy Fringeversary. It is the Richmond Fringe Festival's first anniversary. And that's exciting and kind of weird considering that this year we are taking a bit of a nap. But every once in a while, you roll over, you wake up from your nap, and you go, oh, what a lovely dream that was. Or, ooh, I'm really glad I woke up from that nightmare. And while we were the very first digital festival in the world, because of the luck of being in lockdown mere minutes before our festival was supposed to start, we came up with some beautiful solutions, even in the Wild West times of very beginning of lockdown time here in America. So I am pleased and privileged to say that today is a day to celebrate what we accomplished last year in our very first year and to host a bit of a séance to revive the spirit of it. So it's a celebration and it's a reliving and a remembering. And at 2 p.m. today, I will be very happy to welcome some of our artists and our volunteers and anyone who had to do with the Fringe Festival that debuted last year live onto the Ether chat to talk about what they've been doing and what they've been building and how they've been feeling. And we're just going to have some tea and spill some tea. So, darlings, without further ado, I would like to reintroduce the first 3 shows of the day. It's Being Bad by Brittany Harris, Serendipitous by Satya Javala, and The Last Time We Had Money by Paolo Garbanzo. Then we'll have our live chat, and then the last thing of the day will be our Variety Spectacular. So that will hit around 2:30 or 3, and you can just close out your day by watching people sing about trolls and take off their clothes. That's all very exciting. We have some special guests that were in that show specifically. I'm very excited. So I'm going to zap you over to Being Bad and take myself out of this. So just enjoy yourselves, darling. And if you can't make it for the full mega mini watch-a-thon here on YouTube, then you should know, and I'll drop it in the comment section, that you can go to the Vimeo anytime during the day and watch a specific video at a specific time of your choosing. So we're here to empower you. All right, darlings, I'm gonna share the screen. It's a laid back kind of a mini mega watch-a-thon. Welcome, darlings. Welcome to the Richmond Fringe Festival, our inaugural year, which is digital now. We have 3 shows, and the first one is so good. It is a beautiful piece of theater. It's a one-woman show. It's about 15 to 17 minutes long. And then we're going to have a Q&A live with its creator. The show is called Being Bad, and its creator is Brittany Harris. Hello, everybody. I would like to introduce you to Brittany Harris. She's the creator. We are going to get to watch her whole show, but I want her to talk for a moment while I decamp and find us a quieter room.
Sweetness.
Take it over.
Hey, everyone. Wow, what a very cool experience that we're having. With our first annual Richmond Fringe Fest. I'm very excited for this opportunity. So this particular show, Being Bad, or BAD as it's usually called, I've been working on for a few years. I started in grad school, and now I've kind of toured it a little bit to a couple of fringe festivals, including like the North Carolina Women's Theater Fringe Festival, as well as like the Virginia Theater Conference. And this type of work is about inciting dialogue. And particularly when it's done in an interactive setting, very particular to, or similar to Augusto Bilau's work of like theater of the oppressed, forum theater, that calls for the audience to not just be spectators, but spectators engaging in this. So the setup of Being Bad is that it's a ceremony. They've been together for 7 long weeks, and now they're coming to a graduation of a program called Bad. And she is the person that's graduating from this 7-week course, and she's giving a speech. As you probably did a little bit of, yes, spectators, yeah. What's really neat, particular about this piece is the creation of it. I do a lot of solo development pedagogy work that's particularly from source work. So you pull from different people, different sources, either archival or actual people that you know, and then a little bit of autobiographical, a little of that work that goes into building my pieces, all under the umbrella of something called activist theater. So this theater is meant to invoke the dialogue. It's not just meant to be seen, but it's meant to be experienced. So this particular show addresses issues about gender oppression in society. Also looking at ways in which we can shift the narrative on what certain roles look like, or that generational, I don't want to say curse, but that generational place or box that we put ourselves in. Why does my mother treat me this way because her mother taught her that way, and so forth? So how do we use the stage to amplify that kind of information, or that kind of narrative or story? And so I embodied it, kind of like embodied argumentation, if you will, this piece about resilience and resistance in the body, rather than telling the story of how I overcame XYZ. Let's go ahead and experience it together through performance. So that's kind of a little bit of a spiel without giving away the show too much. Hi.
Hello! Oh, hello. Welcome to Bad. My name is Kendra, and I'm a bad person. You know, we really need to change the name of our group. Like seriously. We did it. After 7 long weeks of sharing our feelings like normal people hold for laughter. Oh, it worked. Oh, wow. Well, as you know, I'm not someone who likes to speak very much. I mean, some of you are eloquent speakers, and I'm an eloquent stutterer. Hold for laughter again. However, some of you speak so well that you have to swear. To do something like swear, like curse. You know who you are. And this swear jar has been filled up quite a few times over the last few weeks, and I'm very happy to say that I've never had to use the cup. Oh, I mean, there's nothing wrong with people who curse. It's just not the right thing to do. As you know, at this ceremony, which happens to look very much like a funeral, we are supposed to reflect inward on ourselves, and I guess that's ironic, so to speak, because we are letting our old selves die. When I reflect on our 2 main principles here at BAD, surviving off of hope and releasing our fears, it takes me back before I joined the program, before my accident. Well, like I said, I'm not really a good speaker, but I'm a dancer. I was a dancer, never professionally, unfortunately. But there's something about the precision of dance. It's about the discipline. And because of that discipline, it can never be wrong. It has to be right, precise every single time. And that's me. Kendra never does wrong. I'm always right. See, growing up, I had two really good parents. My father, he was a military man, very stern, and my mother, she stayed home, but she taught me all about fairness, and manners, and I guess my grandmother taught her that, and her brother before that. And my father, he never took any crap. Oh man, he would want our house to be spick and span. And my mother was notorious for cleaning up all hours of the night. It could be like 2 or 3 in the morning, and she would be up cleaning and dusting. And I would see her take so much pride in a good house. All it took was one look from Father, and she was on it. And I wanted just that. I wanted to be just that. A wife, make a good home. When I was about 7 or 8, I used to have these little Holly homemaker dolls, and I used to play house all the time. Always with a mommy and a daddy, of course. And daddy's always very busy. He was always out the door in the morning with his briefcase, coffee in hand, not without a kiss on mommy doll's cheek. Balance, he supported the home, and she maintained the home, the ultimate role play. We moved around a lot because of my dad's job, so I didn't have very many friends growing up. And when we would move to these neighborhoods. We want to get to know the neighbors, so we used to have these parties, and we would spend all day cooking and cleaning. And by that night, our house would be full of people. It's loud, and I don't really like crowds very much. But what I did like was the music. And I would take one of my dolls, and I would just be dancing away. Kendra! Stop being silly. Your dolls are cluttering up the space. Kendra, I need you on your best behavior. And if you be sweet, polite, on your P's and Q's, you don't want to embarrass your father. Of course. Growing up, it's going out of the fantasy world and into the real world. And according to my folks, the real world is all about appearances. Didn't matter what was going on, you always appeared like you had it together. You dust off your shoulders and you keep it moving. What happens in private stays in private. What happens in this home stays in this home. So out with the dolls and the dancing, and then came books on how to be, how to carry yourself, how to wear your hair, how to speak, but most importantly, when to speak. And I think that's why I like dance so much, because it was not about the words, it was about the movement. Dance can be so deliberate, but there's something about the ebb and flow to it all. Like water. It's funny. It feels like water is the only thing that can clean up a real good mess. But as you probably realize, I don't like messing up. But that's why I'm here. Miss Right couldn't be Mrs. Right, and I failed. I think I spent so many years trying to groom myself to be perfect. So when I met Mr. Right, I met him at work. Dre. There was something about him. His smile, his dedication. I was just the secretary at the time, and he was one of the big dogs. Like he had it going on. And then here's little old me, And you saw me, guys. He he saw me, and we shared everything. I mean, we had the same views, the same beliefs, and he was just so into me. I remember right when we first started dating, like in that first year, I had found this little community dance center, and it felt like everything was in order. I mean, I had a decent job and the man of my dreams, and then after 5 or 6 years, dance was back in my life. I mean, it was a crazy balance of things. I would work 9 to 5, and then I would go straight to the community dance center, dance for hours, and then by the time I got home, I would be exhausted. And I would come home and I would kick off my shoes and lay my bag by the door, and I would just melt into my bed. Oh, I remember this one night I was exhausted, but I heard at the door like this Kendra, and I was like, who in the heck is that? So I go to open the door, and it's Dre. He pushes me against the wall, grabs me by my face, and he goes, "Why didn't you call me?" And I could see it. Oh, I could see it right there. He cared. He cared so much about me. He just wanted to know if I was okay. And yeah, sure, I could have texted him. I got home. I was so tired. But no excuses. I messed up, and I didn't want to mess up again. So after that, I started setting little notifications on my phone, to remind him that I was okay, checking in with him throughout the day. I mean, he was such a busy man. The last thing he needed was an inconsiderate girlfriend. We moved in together. I mean, shortly after my 1 month? Yeah, one year anniversary. Is he a clean man or what? Just like my father. I guess those extra hours after work down at the center started cutting into, a couple of times and taking care of our place. So I figured if I cut back on the dance, it would allow for more time for us. Yes, I know here at BAD we call that a sacrifice, but to me it was about balance. My mother taught me that. I mean, sure, I was giving up one part of me, but I was gaining another with Trey, and it was good. These flowers actually remind me of my wedding day. When Trey proposed, I thought I couldn't go any higher. I mean, sure, I felt high when I was dancing, but this was dancing on cloud 9 with Trey. And it was good. Oh, do you remember that old nursery rhyme? First comes love, and then comes marriage, and then comes the... I think I'm done. Oh! He loves me. He loves me not. Oh. Oh, I made a mess. Oh, I made a mess. I made a mess. I messed up. I made a mess. I made a mess. I may be bad, but I am bold, alive, and determined. Oh.
I'm going to give you a minute, and I'm going to bring up Brittany right now. You know, it's very light-hearted comedy. So you were talking a little bit about, or earlier about, like why you made it.
Yeah.
Talked about Theater of the Oppressed, and that you've done other fringe festivals before. Have you ever done a digital fringe festival?
No, I haven't. So yes, first, I love it.
You were planning on being with us live, and then you were planning on being with us in our next incarnation, which is you would come to us at one of our venues, the Orbital Music Park, which, by the way, is lovely. And we would shoot it there, and you would have your lighting cues, and you would have, you know, a technician. And then when it became clear that that wasn't going to be possible, how were you able to transform this in a way that it could still be powerful and affecting with just you in a space, no lighting changes, no sound? What did that mean? And do you feel like you succeeded in what you wanted to get through to people?
Great question. And again, thank you so much for this, girl. Like I'm just, wow, so grateful for it. Just the innovativeness of this festival and what we're working on. And because of that, when you're an artist, you have to be flexible, right? The show must go on in a sense. I've had the beauty of performing this on a full-fledged, like, black box with the lighting and actual water rather than artistic water. I mean, everything. Right. And then I got invited to perform it in an art gallery, and they were like, nah, You're not bringing water up in here, right? So the piece has adapted space to space. I performed it in a conference room before, in a studio, like a little black box studio you just saw there.
Yeah.
And it came down to what were the elements necessary for the storytelling, what's being said, what needs to be seen. So it is very much about the body being able to be a vessel, to be able to be transformative in itself. And then what elements were needed. Essentially, it really needed a bowl with the crepe paper or water, some kind of veil, netting to show the unveiling of our sight, the swear jar, and some flowers. I mean, that's literally it, and me to tell the narrative. So it was able to be pulled and molded in the way that it needed, wherever it needed to be. So it was a cool challenge. What I'm trying to say is, girl, I love the challenge. I mean, I had to adapt. I had to adjust. And I loved, and it's between us, well, now everybody knows, sneaking into my university to film.
Don't tell the governor.
No, darling, no. But it was for work. It was for the right purposes.
It was an essential service.
It was a very essential service.
Being alone in a room with no one else around and not interacting with any other humans.
Right. So, but I love the challenge. That's what it was.
That's wow, great. And I noticed now that we've been chatting a little bit that you could use a completely different voice.
Yes.
When you're Kendra in the show.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so the development of Kendra, which is really nice. So I spoke a little bit before about how you can use a source for the material or autobiographical. This work is a culmination of both. I've had the joy and the honor of serving as an outreach coordinator for the YWCA of Southampton Roads at one point. And I would interact with women who are survivors of domestic violence and interpersonal violence, which this show is more particularly about, looking at IPV, interpersonal or intimate partner violence.
Yeah, okay.
And so it's not as clear. There's all these clear delineations about domestic violence when you're living together, but what happens looking at those red flags, if you will, leading up to that, even your own personal red flags. So nonetheless, the catalyst though for Kendra was Karen Smith. It happened in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. San Bernardino, California, a kindergarten teacher was trying to escape her estranged husband pretty much, and he was quite abusive. He ended up coming into her classroom, shooting up her classroom, then shooting her and then himself. And it was all these little nuggets laid out there. She had the restraining orders, she was speaking to people, but somehow she got lost underneath the radar because it wasn't so clear. Well, was it abuse? You were still, you know, and so her story informed me. It made me want to take it beyond the headlines and bring it to the stage. So unfortunately, I've been through my own bouts with domestic violence or intimate partner violence. So I put that in with that voice. And these multiple voices, and there's always some characteristics that were similar. It was a softness. It was always an apologetic tone, until they earned their own voice or got permission to use the strength of their voice again. And the voice is not even just physical voice, but metaphorical, metaphysical, all that voice. And so there's this idea of that fuck that she lets out at the end is like her true essence of voice living in her own mess. So developing the characteristics of her voice was really nice. It's a culmination of some people that I've met along the journey.
Yeah, and we've got people in the chats who are talking about how they've worked with domestic violence survivors, and that she's saying like, this is a great platform. Thank you for using this platform. So yeah, it is. It also was very clear to me when I was watching it that like at first, like you know how to twist a knife because you're like, oh, he had me up against the wall, and I looked at him, and you're like, and you realize he was a fucking asshole, and then you don't say that. You say,
weird. He loves me. It's so passionate, right?
And it was very hot. I love that you have an awareness of like, this is a moment where it could go either way, and like Kendra the character could choose could choose which way it's going to go, but her programming is that it goes this way. Like, this is what this means.
Wonderful wording on that. That programming, we see and put ourselves in certain boxes. We mimic what we see. It's that generational thing. It kind of comes along with you. If Kendra, saw a man that was very forceful with her mother, and her mother had to clean and be a certain way, she emulated that. She thought that's what she could be, or, oh my gosh, all I want to do is be a mother. And I think there's sometimes this kind of stigma now that comes along with, you want to just be a wife. But no, there's some people who really aspire to be wives and mothers and support homes, and there's nothing wrong with that, and I love that. But it's this idea of self-sacrifice. She felt she had to give up one love for another love. I mean, there's so many different dialogues that come along in this 15-minute piece that I've been very, very privy to. Every time I performed at Carmel, I've been able to have a talk back. And that is where this work comes in. It is about the dialogue. I'm not just getting up here to do masturbatory theater. Look at me act, wow. No, it's about what is this incite? Does it trigger something? And then I'll be honest, when I perform this work, I've had advocates from the community, either from like a YWCA or a counseling center, present. Because this work can be liberating, but also could be triggering as well.
Right.
So understanding the sensitivity of this type of work as well.
Yeah. In the program, I totally believe that we're going to be best friends from now on, by the way.
Yeah, right, girl.
But the idea of like, this is not masturbation. This is about intercourse. Like, this is a piece of work that's meant to be with other people and to live inside of a shared space.
Yeah.
And that we actually, in this beautiful program that we had printed, we burned most of them on the Equinox bonfire, by the way, which is also on Crowdcast. Actually, the designer of this, look how beautiful that is.
Oh my God, I know.
The designer actually burned most of them himself. So I found that to be very, very meta. So we have you right here in there, and at the bottom, because you're meant to be a double feature with another kind of like heavy and maybe not heartbreaking work with someone who's actually in the chat right now. Sarah Joy was.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
She's aggressively and excitedly nodding.
Yes,
She was a double feature partner. But at the bottom of all of our shows, we have a little note that says tags and triggers. So it's not just about like, we've given you this piece of information and you should be warned. It's more about empowering people to make decisions to engage with something as opposed to being blindsided by it. And there are ways of doing tags and trigger warnings without it being like too much about coddling and too much about apologizing. Like, we need to talk about uncomfortable things. We need to use art to do that.
Yeah.
And so here we are.
Yeah.
So I am so happy that you were able to sneak into the university and shoot this.
It's really interesting. So the piece, I think the biggest piece I wanted to mention about the water, it is adjusted. When I first did it, first of all, a Black woman pouring water over herself and her hair, right, was something, right? But this idea of being cleansed and baptism and washing your hands of something, but the water and the way it lingers with the crepe paper. It is this beautiful moment after the piece that I have to clean up the set to get ready for the next piece to come up. Guarantee you every time the audience wants to join in. And I know. It's like, and it's always like women, it's like, let me just help you. Good job. They're like helping me.
Oh my God.
I love that part. It's like the part that I'm always like, I wonder if people are going to get up. I wonder. And then they realize that they're a part of this with me. We're on this journey of cleaning up. This narrative that I carry a piece of this with me too, making a mess, being in your own mess, owning it, and then I can clean it up and then take it to the next thing. Like, is this something about how empowering the piece is? So hopefully we do get to have it in person and experience it together at one point, or take it somewhere. Girl, we can plan something.
Yeah, no, it's totally going to happen. But we haven't talked specifically about it as a collective, Spectacle and Mirth hasn't, but like we're definitely like, we were like, what can we do in like mid-year to do things in person once we're allowed to do those things again? Can we do like a replay? Can we do something like that?
I want to do it, but we'll find out. But the other thing that I love, two of them are in the chat right now, just holding each other and crying is what they're saying. But fringe hugs. But I really liked that you pulled the veil off of your eyes and you talk about it being about a revelation, like that the veil is being pulled, but I saw it as a shroud. Because we talk about how it's a funeral, it kind of looks like a funeral, and the fact that it's a black piece of veil material, then it really looks much more like a shroud. Not like a wedding veil. That looks, so like that to me is like that pinged really.
I love it. I love, I always love pieces not being what they're supposed to be. Like even the flowers becomes the duster, like everything has its own like characteristic. It has its own embodiment, It's so funny. I've had two people mention about the color of the veil itself. And then one time I did the piece and I had roses. And then, roses usually come with baby breath, right? And during the piece, the baby breath fell on the ground.
And I got stuck.
And it was like, to me, I'm like, eh. But she's like, oh my God, and then you lost the baby. So was that meant to be? Yes, it was. Yes, and I know.
Oh my God.
Every time you discover, so that's what this dialogue is important. There's something that you probably have heard of Liz Lerman, the critical response process, in the regards of like it's for works in progress. So it is about interacting with the audience, getting invited opinions, takeaways, and I love getting that insight. Like Brittany, actually, that black reminded me of this or that, and I need this kind of dialogue. That's how these pieces evolve. Fringe is about evolving. It's not coming with some nice bow, everything's together. It's still in that phase of being molded, and I believe that this piece is very much about the involvement and what the audience gets in the perception. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. So my very last question to you is, what does this world look like to you now as an artist with social isolation and with trying to use things like streaming and more video technology? Like, what does that mean to you? Or what are you worried about, or what are you hopeful about? Like, just speak to this like situation we're in as artists.
Yeah, it's very, very, very tough. I was feeling, I wrote this in a journal about a week and a half ago, very creatively stifled. Like I just felt like I wasn't going anywhere, because I put myself in the confines of a wall, as well as I'm stuck in the house as well. But realizing that the mind is expansive and that we do have resources to expand and communicate. So it is seeking out opportunity like this, right? Finding other artists that can artistically use. Right now we can't use the physical touch. We have to use our words. We can't be in the same space, but we can still ignite creativity and joy and support for one another without even interacting. But I guess what I want to give the advice, or what I want to say that I've learned, is don't put yourself in quarantine. Don't put your mind in quarantine. You may be in a space of that, but you yourself, don't let your creativity feel like that is on lockdown or put in. It's not. And for us as artists, we're very aesthetic people. You know what it is. We're empathic.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I need my, but we really are. And my walls, like my walls, like help. But in here, it's not, and so it's that staying abreast like this, staying involved like this. That's what it is. Don't quarantine your mind. Stay.
Yes. Oh, thank you. That makes me so happy. I love and the word ignite, that you use your words to ignite other people. Like, I love that we can recycle the phrase, use your words. Like, no. Shout at a child or another person who's like being really bad about communicating, just be like, use your words. So that's perfect. All right, it is time to wrap up. Goodbye, Brittany. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, dear ones. I hope you enjoyed that revisitation. I forgot what a great great conversation that was. And I love, love, love that she reminds us that we are not socially distant, we are physically distant. So even a year later, that is good to hear and good to be reminded of, that we are able to socialize and we are able to be real with one another, and physical distance is not the same thing. So let's jump right into the next one, dear ones, with Satya's piece of Serendipitous. It's an aerial and fire performance piece, which is pretty friggin' cool. I'm just going to pull it up right now. Thank you for your patience and your chill. Take me back. Take me back. So if you're here and you're watching, I would love to hear from you. Drop it in the comment section. Drop a hello or an I love you or I've missed you. Boop. And just as it was a year ago, there's just a lot of like, we're surrounded by more tools for the doing of the streaming, but for some reason, it's still like right when you need it is when things are not available or are being a little fussy. So that hasn't changed. That has not changed. I'll tell you this. As I'm waiting for this to load up for you, I know that I'm going to be using my stimulus check to buy a new computer. I've had this one for 7 years, and we all know how fast technology moves forward. So this is an excellent time to use that government cheese to spur the economy and buy myself a tool that will make the stuff that I make so much stronger and easier. I'm really excited about that. If you've got some stuff coming your way, hi Zalani. If you've got some stuff coming your way, tell me what you're gonna get or what you're gonna pay off. I've already technically spent my money, but all right. What have we got? What have we got? So close, so nearly there. View on Vimeo. It's happening. It's happening right now. It's happening. Just continue to look at my crazy lipstick situation. All right. We're here. We're here. All right, darlings. Well, hi, everybody. That was awkward. I didn't realize it because because reasons. So we're going to put a pin in this for a moment. My apologies. I didn't realize it because reasons. This is what I meant by it's chill, it's laid back. It's a mini mega watchathon just because of the length, not because of the production value. My bad. So sorry. I don't know why it is showing you that. Let's try again. So I'm going to skip forward a bit because at 1:30 we have the last time we had money with Paulo Garbanzo. So I'm going to back it up. All right. Let's see if it works this time, shall we? So sorry. Let's see what it do. Fixed it.
What is it you want? You want the moon? I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down. I'll give you the moon. What is it you want? You want the moon? I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down. I'll give you the moon. all dissolve, see? And it all dissolve, see?
Hello.
Hello, darling. So, welcome back, everybody. We're getting a bunch of nice things in the chat.
Thanks, everyone.
So, we put this together on really short notice, and I could not be more happy that you were able to actually show your art, as well as, P.S. everyone, be one of the marketing team for the festival. Like, you've been doing such huge amounts of work for us in addition to all of your other hustles, and you did this, and I was very pleased that I was like, I'm glad that she gets to do the thing that she's really passionate about, which is aerials and fire. So I hope that worked out for you. Was it?
Yeah.
How do you feel about the performance in the show? And tell the people more about the story.
Yeah, so originally my business partner and I, Satara, we performed together, and she had, Sarah, my other half, had written a piece that we were going to perform up in Richmond. So obviously plans changed. And so I decided that I would put together a piece that we could stream. And obviously throughout this whole process, things changed a little bit each day, really. And so putting this together, I just figured since we were under quarantine, I had to use what I had. Luckily, a friend of mine lent me her aerial rig. So I have that, which is very helpful. And then I very lovingly asked my boyfriend if he would be in it with me, because, you know, I wanted to tell a little bit of a story as much as possible. And so he agreed to do it with me. And I think throughout this process, at first it was like, okay, I need to figure out something to do.
Right.
And then throughout the process, I was feeling this kind of freedom with him that I had not really felt in previous relationships before. And that was really just such a freeing and lovely feeling for me.
Yeah.
After, you know, being in relationships with people who are kind of stagnant or want me to be stagnant. And we've grown a lot together, and we've each grown a lot since we've been together. And so it was nice to be okay doing a corny love story, which I would have probably never done before. So it was fun. It was really nice. And I got to use some music that I've really been feeling a lot lately. That track list is in the YouTube video.
Great.
So go check out those artists. Yeah, so it was a really cool experience. And although technology has been, you know, the bane of all of our existences, we need it, and we're working with what we got. So I'm just thankful that I was still able to do this, and I'm super thankful for everyone who's here supporting.
Yeah, and by the way, also we're going to drop the YouTube link at the very end of this chat. So for people who want to watch the replay, while this is it's not in here, you can get to it from here because it is a private unlisted YouTube thing. But I was just thinking, like, I was watching it and you were telling me like, oh, it's just a corny love story. And I'm like, yeah, but like, as the chat is saying, like, there's like, ooh, some serious romance, some sun and moon vibes, like, very, you know, like, there's a lot there. And I was remembering chatting to you about the piece, and you were saying about, like, it's about trusting yourself to take a chance with someone, even though you've been burned in the past with doing that. And I thought about it from like the aerial apparatus storytelling tool is like, in the beginning, it was very like closed and like up in the air and kind of untouchable. And then it became much more grounded and earthy. So like literally as well as figuratively, but like you're able to, and that he wasn't, you know, I don't know how much development you guys did, but like he really didn't ask you for anything. He just showed up and was like, hey, yeah, I'm here. you wanna do something? And you were like, yeah, I could do that. And not like it didn't feel hungry in a desperate way. It had its own lovely little hunger for like the romance and the spark between the two of you without it being like baggage or anything. Yeah. So also you put a torch in his mouth that he put out. That shit scared me the first time I saw it. It was like, what did she just do?
That was his idea. And I was like, are you sure? Because I don't even think I've done that with Sarah before. And Sarah and I have been doing fire together for like 8 years.
God.
And he was like, yeah, I trust you. I was like, okay, let's do it.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. So can you talk for a minute about being an artist in this brave, new, terrifying world?
Yeah.
What this might mean for you?
Yeah. Well, it is terrifying. It's definitely, there's a lot of fear, I think that we're all dealing with. I was just talking to someone earlier today, actually, and was mentioning that we aren't dealing with our usual emotions. We're having a lot more to deal with, and we're not dealing with it in the same ways that we did before, because this is all, essentially, you're dealing with a lot of trauma that's happening. I mean, people are losing jobs. There's a pandemic. There is fear around health.
So much fear, yeah.
You're by yourself, or hopefully you're not completely by yourself, but you know, that is traumatic in and of itself for a lot of people. So we're all dealing with some very, very new things that no one in our lifetime, or even before, like, it's been a long time since anyone's really had to do it.
1918 flu. Wait, no, 1908. 1908 was the last time we had a flu pandemic. This is not the flu, but like, it's been 100 and some odd years. So
yeah,
2 generations.
They're so different now too. So you know, you have the media and you have everything that's giving you different sources of information. I get 10 notifications every hour about it on my phone. And it's a scary time. So I think art is even more important than ever. What I have realized, and I think other performers will also feel this, especially if you are empaths as well, but performing to no one is really tough.
Yeah.
And you know, I've done promo videos and things like that where it's like little clips and stuff, and I'm not having to do an entire show to no one. And so that's been probably the hardest thing. I've recorded a couple performances this week for other shows as well. I'm watching the videos and I'm like, wow, it's just so different. It's just such a different thing.
Different medium.
So point being, it's difficult. We're going to evolve from this in so many different ways, and not just artists, but everyone in the world. But it does go to show how important art is, because there are so many options to get it right now.
Yeah, and Anita in the chat just said, thanks for sharing your performance. It makes us feel connected over the internet. It makes us connected over the internet, which is so true, literally.
Very
true. But yeah, it's big. It's a big time. So I am so pleased and privileged to have you on the Spectacle and Mirth crew.
You guys have been, these ladies are amazing.
There are
so grateful.
It's if you're just tuning in, this is the Richmond Fringe Festival, and we're just closing out our 4 p.m. show that was called Serendipitous. This is Satya. I don't know actually which side of the screen she's on. This is Satya. So again, this is the Richmond Fringe Festival Digital Edition, first year. Be well, wash your hands, make a cup of tea, and we'll see you in a little bit. Bye, Satya.
Bye.
All right, everyone. See you soon.
Hello again, darlings. It is time for our 1:30 show, which is Paulo Garbanzo's lecture theater rant called The Last Time We Had Money. So as I pull it up, I invite you to find yourself something hydrating, because just watching him talk for so long is a little dehydrating. So I'm glad you're here on Fringeversary Year 1. We turned 1 this weekend, and we were the first digital festival in the world, just by luck of the draw, and during lockdown here in America. So again, we're rebroadcasting, and we're also going to have a live chat with some of our artists and our Fringe fam at 2 p.m. Eastern, which is in 30 minutes. So darlings, enjoy yourselves. I bring you Paula Garbanzo.
We have decided that we could transform into something new, and we're still learning a lot of lessons about that. We appreciate you being with us on that journey, learning and being flexible. Speaking of being flexible, the person who will be hosting this show is an internationally renowned jester and juggler, and a bit of a nerd. I'm going to call him up at this exact moment. Mr. that are relevant to right now. So darlings, get your notepads ready, get your popcorn, and be ready to laugh and learn. Paula Garbanzo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I would like to thank the Richmond Fringe Festival for actually continuing on through adversity. And I'd love to thank Carmel for being here and being able to do this. So, oh yes, my first slideshow of the day. Well, my friends, my name is Paula Garbanzo, and here's the thing. We have a lot of things going on today, and what I would like to do is welcome you all to the first and possibly last episode of what I like to call the last time we had money. Now, you might be wondering what this has to do with anything or everything. And here's the thing. I'm currently an international tour guide. And, well, of course, currently I'm only touring a few square meters because, I do a lot of European tours, so we use the metric system of my own abode. But the thing is that when I travel and I take people to places that are medieval. Oh, this beautiful little medieval town. This beautiful city. A lot of people say, "Oh, why is this town in particular have just all these medieval buildings?" Well, or why does this one have Renaissance building? Or why is Florence, the heart of the Renaissance, has all these epic Renaissance buildings, while meanwhile, 50 miles down the road, Pisa is stuck in the Middle Ages with some great buildings, I might add. There's that Leaning Tower thing that people keep talking about. But why did they stop? And Florence continued on into the future with the Renaissance. Well, basically it comes down to this. When was the last time that city had any money? And, well, Pisa, 12th century. Bam, they built all that cool stuff. But what they didn't do was build a sufficient army that was big enough to defeat Florence when Florence came knocking, and then they took over. Florence, however, they continued to move forward and built things into the future. So that's what we talk about. When I bring people to a town and we say, "Oh, this is a beautiful medieval town. Why did it stop here?" Because that's the last time they had money. Why is this city in the Baroque period? Oh, because that was the last time they had money. And 20 minutes later into the Rococo period, that's when they had money. So that's where this all comes from. So we're going to talk about a couple of cities that I actually go to on some of our tours, or at least we used to. And these cities were doing really great, but they pretty much stopped their course of forward progress due to some plague issues. Kind of a timely, fashionable thing to talk about right now. And I just want to say right now, I am so glad we have science, because here's the thing. Some of the cities that we're going to talk about suffered really, really humongous losses, giant numbers that I'll be giving you later in this episode. And they're staggering numbers. We're doing really great. Just washing your damn hands, okay, is a huge uptick in survivability. So let's just get a big hand for science. All right, people, science. So,
Yay, science!
yes, and the in-studio audience goes wild. Both of them.
Don't forget, Professor Garbanzo, you can take questions.
Oh, that's right. I will be taking questions during the show. It's only 30 minutes, so I will try to get some questions if I can get to them. Meanwhile, I have a lot of things to rant about, namely history and science and math. Oh yeah, we're going to get to math. But the first city I want to talk about, San Gimignano. Now, that is a city in Tuscany. It is a gorgeous city and actually is the height of medieval architecture. It used to have 74 towers in this little tiny city. There's only about 14 left of them because they've fallen down over the course of time. Now, this particular city was huge during the medieval era and during, what is that thing? The Crusades. That's right. Oh, this is our other city. Yes. And the Crusades brought a lot of traffic and a lot of money, and San Gimignano became kind of rich on the trade of saffron, which I kind of had to figure out. I had to ask some questions when I got there, because I said, there's 4 quarters to the city, and one color is green, a very nice, vibrant green, but very Tuscan. And there's a blue one, very solid blue, very Tuscany. And there's a red, a very good red color. And then there's this not quite yellow color. And I was like, why isn't that yellow? You got, some good colors for your quarters, but what, that's off yellow? And the guy was like, that's saffron. That is saffron colored. And I got a very stern talking to by a little Italian lady. Whew. So that town, that whole quarter was literally cornered the saffron market from all the way from Jerusalem up into Europe. But here's the thing, with long distance trade also comes the plague. So in the 1300s, they were extremely rich. They built this city, and there's such a little tiny town, 72 towers. Everybody's showing their wealth by building a tower bigger than their neighbors. And they're like, oh no, I have 6 stories. And they're like, I have 7 stories. I have 8 stories. And all that jazz. 1348, boom, the plague hammer dropped on them. And this city went from 13,000 people and suffered a 2/3 casualty rate. Okay, that is 2/3 of the city were killed by the plague. So think of those staggering numbers. The majority of people. Now, here's the thing. I'm a little bit mathy, and I went, okay, 13,000 people, divide by 3. That's not an actual number. This is irrational, because that leaves, from 13,000, that leaves 4,333.33 repeating people left. I really want to know about that 0.333333 person. I mean, was it like a baby and they just never grew up because it's completely irrational and just, But if they had just said there's 13,002, you can divide it that easily, and that would be 4,334. And you'd just been like, oh, okay, fine. Anyway, don't get me started about the math. But yes, here we go from a city 2/3 wiped out from plague, and now you only have 4,000 and some change people living in the city. Well, here we are in the 1350s, and it's not a really good time to be a once rich city not that powerful anymore, because here comes Florence to drop some Florentine elbows on everybody. And this is a great. Florence comes in, they're like, yo, we're taking over. And they're like, okay, I guess, maybe that's fine. And they didn't really have a choice. Florence took their old Benedictine monk place and turned it into a fort on top of the hill to watch over the rest of the city and to drop any, like, jump off the wall and drop a hammer on them if they needed to. And San Gimignano hated them so much that as soon as the Florentines left, which, by the way, was not for a long time, they immediately tore down that building. It doesn't exist. There's like one part of a wall left. The rest of the city, great shape, beautifully restored and beautifully. That fortress, kaboom, just F them. So, oh, we have a question? Or
Video.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes. So I have a quick video to show you of San Gimignano. And this is a model of the medieval city as it stood in the 1300s. And it is a gorgeous model, by the way, and it's gigantic. It's probably about 20 some odd feet by 20 some odd feet wide, and it's extremely detailed, and it's just gorgeous. And the people spent, oh my gosh, like 10 years working on it, and it's fantastic. You can see there's a hotel that we stay at, which is a 13th century building. And there it is right there. Sorry. Yeah, you can see a bunch of the towers there. This is a fantastic little town. And yeah, sadly, it has never really recovered because the last time they had money was 1348. And sure, the town grew up a little bit more. There's actually now probably close to 9,000 people who live there. So they still haven't even reached the height of what they used to have. And but now they've reached the tourism level of Italy, which is most people have, and in Italy have. And they've restored a lot of the buildings, and it's pretty gorgeous. So yeah, that's San Gimignano. It's a mere hour drive south of Florence, and you have to understand a 1 hour drive is about 17 hours of walking, and if we have an army, it probably takes a few days to get over there. So during this whole era where these city-states are occupying each other, it's bad news if you don't have a good wall. So yeah. So my friends, our next, do we have any questions? No, have we got any questions from the audience about San Gimignano? They have some lovely wild boar, by the way. The whole area of Tuscany has these wild boars called the cintura, which means the belts, and they're white and they're brown with a white belt around their bellies, but it's amazing. And yeah, so if you get the chance, go there, get the wild boar for sure.
No questions, Professor
Oh,
Garbanzo, just many people who are in love with science.
Oh, science, yes, we love the science. Well, all the
How
way.
do you spell the town name?
Oh, San Gimignano. It is S-A-N, right? San, which means saint. And then Gimignano. So that is J-I-M-I, Gimigna. Now the nya is G-N-A-N. Gimignano. Yeah, A-N-O. Right. For those at home, that was S-A-N-G-I-M-I-G-N-A-N-O. Right. Gimignano. The G and the N makes an N with a tilde sound on top of it, just for Italian, if you're wanting to learn Italian. That's why the word signore is spelled with a G, but sounds just like signore in Espanol. There you go. Now you know. Now you know. Well, way on the other side of Europe is currently the Czech Republic. It used to be Bohemia. And you have Prague, you have Český Krumlov, you have Brno, and then you have this amazing town called Kutná Hora. Now, this town was doing fantastically well. And as a matter of fact, they were more than twice the size of San Gimignano. These small Italian cities, town, way back in the back. But here in Bohemia now, up in the mountains. Now, some of you are wondering, well, what does that mean, Bohemia? Bohemia is just a little certain state, a city-state of its own that kind of had its own power for quite some time. They were actually pretty self-sufficient, but it has a mix of German as well as the Czechish language, which is a Slavic language. And the nice thing about it is if you look at a lot of the place names, almost all of them invariably have two different names. And one is the German, one's the Czech. So you have Kutna Hora, which means Hood Mountain, which also used to be called Gutenberg, which also means Hood Mountain. So they're all pretty good and similar things. Like, I won't even talk about Bodovice, which is called Budweiser in German, which is actually where Budweiser comes from. But we're not talking about that town right now. Talk about that town later. Right now, we're talking about Kutna Hora. Now, this city, in about that same time period, in the late 1200s, 1300s, they found silver. Now, here's the thing. This is a huge deal. It's not quite as good as gold, but it's darn close. So suddenly, they're like, whoa, all these guys are coming over, and they're like, what the silver everywhere. They start digging. Almost 2/3, actually more than 2/3 of all the silver produced in the entire area, beyond Bohemia, beyond all that land over there, was coming from that one spot, which of course means a bunch of people are coming there to find work, and a bunch of people are coming there to make it rich, and a bunch of people who may or may not be in the best of health, and they're coming from all over sorts of places. And once you get the city up to about 33,000 people, poor conditions and all that sort of stuff, nobody washing their hands, and suddenly plague breaks out. And it went from 30-ish thousand to half that. So the entire population of San Gimignano, imagine that, off. You're gone. Now, here's the thing. The interesting thing about Kutna Hora, aside from being vastly rich and bringing a lot of their money over to the capital in Prague, they started this thing. They had so many dead that they just didn't know what to do with them. And their entire cemetery full, and they're like, oh my gosh, what do we do? So they took all of the people that they had interned, dug them up, and put them in an ossuary. Now that is different from a crypt, which is, well, let's go through the process. You can put people in a crypt. You put them there for a while until all that's left is bones. Then once it's bones, you take those bones, you gather them up, you take them down to the ossuary. Now, that is where the bones will stay forever. Now, that is like in Paris, where they have all the catacombs there, literally millions of bodies just shoved in there. So what they did was they originally had interred these people in the ground. They pulled all their bones up, and they're still finding bones today, by the way. I was there 2 years ago, and they were actually doing another dig, and they were like, oh, we found these other bones. We didn't know there was going to be a whole bunch of bones over here, but there they were. So they're slowly digging those up. Well, they were putting them in this ossuary, and the guy, this carpenter they had kind of hired to kind of do some of this work to put them in a good spot, I'm not going to say he went cray-cray, but I'm not going to say he lost his shit, but I'm just going to say that he stacked up some bones, probably large stacks of bones, and eventually he was like, if I see one more leg bone, I'm going to go crazy. And so what he did was he started to put them in decorative shapes, and he just kind of, well, there's one, the stack. I don't know if you can find the stack of bones there. There was, there, yeah. Mm-hmm. So we have this gigantic stack of bones. I mean, literally, that is it's got to be 15 feet by 15 feet. I mean, there's the skull there for size. You can see just how big that pile of bones, and that is a solid stack of bones. It's solid. It is just leg bone after leg bone after leg bone after leg bone. And it's pretty tall. It's pretty tall. So he set those up, and then eventually just started making chandeliers out of hip bones. And this picture right here, this is actually the crest of the royal family who used to live in Český Krumlov, another city we'll talk about in some other time. And you can see, look, back in the lower right-hand corner of the image is a skull, and that is a bird picking the eye out of the skull. That is on the crest of the family, the Rosenbergs from Český Krumlov. That is actually part of their family crest. Their history, their family stopped the Mongol invasion, or at least they were part of it. And something about a whole giant battlefield full of heads and people's and crows coming out and picking their eyes out. And that is such a really great kind of concept that we should be known for, that we're going to put it on our family crest. And so this guy literally took skull and then took some bones that he like hands. Those are actually hands, and he made a little birdie out of the skull, right? And then it's like, I was like, that was actually pretty darn good. I mean, that is some art right there. That is serious. So that's the royal crest. You can see the crown over top of it. And then you see Christmas, there's just skulls and skulls. There's popcorn strung across the Christmas tree. He just kind of was like, what can we do now with these hip bones? Well, I know I can make a chandelier. I can make I can make all sorts of stuff. And it's like a pretty crazy place. Let's see. Oh, there's some other pictures. We have the chalice, I think, maybe. Oh yeah, there it is. That's like a 3. Yeah, you can see the skulls. It's like 3 feet tall. It's amazing. And then the whole skull and crossbone things. I don't think he was a pirate. I mean, the Czech Bohemia area is completely landlocked, which is interesting because in Czech, to say hello, it is ahoy. And they literally don't have boats. There's no boats in the whole country. They got canoes and stuff, but really, really am troubled by this fact. I don't know how we got ahoy and ahoy with it's, yeah. So if anyone has that answer, please, by all means, tell me. Ooh, here's a lovely chandelier. I would love to be the realtor trying to sell this place. We're like, oh, come on over here. We have this lovely, this is 14 skull chandelier. This is great. Right over here. Oh, and includes 3 hip bones. Just so you know. I think 2 of those hip bones are some famous people. Yeah. Oh, and that's the skull candelabra over there on the I think left and right there in the back. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Human skulls. They're just all over it. So yeah. So Sukutna Hora, silver mine central for the Bohemian Empire. It went from a city of 33,000. They have amazing churches and things like that. But of course, everybody just loves the ossuary. They don't really even go to the. I mean, they go to the church. They do go to the church, but it's nice. Actually, has this really crazy roof, 3 points. Looks like a tent, but it's made of stone. Anyway, but everyone goes to the ossuary. And yeah. Oh, there it is. There's the bird. Yeah. Caw. Yeah, that's good work there. That is some handy. You gotta really have that's a hands-on kind of handcrafty work kind of thing that you're doing there. Handcraft, yeah. So let's see. If there's any questions, do put your notes in there. And we have so let's see. Wow, golly, what else? Well, they still managed to do pretty well. As far as cities go, but they did put a dampener. Losing half their people did put a gigantic dampener in their ability to actually mine silver. Clearly, so they recovered-ish. Right now, they're 700 years later, 650 years later. They're now one of these UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So it's San Gimignano, and they have. Their population is nowhere near. It's maybe 10,000 right now, so 15. And yeah, they have skulls upon skulls. And interestingly enough, hilarious that San Gimignano started off doing great, and then Crusades, Saffron, boom, and then Plague. Whereas Kutnahora, miles away, they actually were doing good, had this plague, and then had thousands of dead return from the Crusades. By cart, I imagine. Someone else pulling them. I don't think they returned. That would have been really awkward, and I'm sure someone would have written that down because I haven't seen any evidence of that happening. So yeah. So it was what is it? How do they maintain the buildings? Well, that is kind of a huge thing. It is different per country. Now we could talk about UNESCO with World Heritage Sites. Now that is the United Nations has decided to make certain cities all over the world, not just Europe. They're all over the world. Heritage sites, like humans, please, let's get together. Not physically, at least not right now. And if aliens came down from the skies right now, what do we want to show them? That's like kind of like, hey, we're humans. We're not so bad. We did pretty good. This is a cool thing, right? And I think that's where they're getting that from. Is because just basically showing aliens what's going on. So there's actually a fund. The United Nations spends a lot of money, and if a city does need help in that regard, they can actually ask the United Nations for some help. Otherwise, they will take that. And usually most of these cities also have pretty good tourism and a lot of rules about you can't rebuild that building like that because that's not medieval and or Renaissance and or Baroque and or not actually from Europe, it's from some other country. So they usually do it with tourism money, or they'll actually ask the help of the United Nations because these buildings are not cheap. And oh man, yeah. So that's a whole nother topic about Český Krumlov, was a whole other city we don't have time for this time, but we'll talk about it later. That whole city actually never suffered any damage during any war. World War I, World War II, all throughout history, they were doing great. And then they ended up behind the Iron Curtain, and the communists said, these really fancy buildings, no one should live here, that's bourgeois. And they built these giant, crappy Soviet bloc apartment buildings outside of the city. The entire city fell into ruins. And then after the wall came down, everyone was like, that was really cool stuff. Maybe we should rebuild it. And then they did. And then they did. That, by the way, was 30 years. And then they did. So sorry to make that the short version, but but we'll talk about more of that city later. They have a really cool Baroque theater. Well, my friends, just a few minutes left for us today. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to rant a little bit about some history. I just want to bring this all together with a point about that we're not doing so bad, everybody. We're not doing so bad. We know what it takes to survive, and let's do that. Wash your hands, wear a mask, all right? Wear some gloves if you're going to go outside. Don't go outside if you don't have to. Don't make me rant like an Italian mayor, because I totally will. You stay inside unless you really, really, really have to, all right? And maybe choose a designated person who goes outside and does all the chores, and then you make sure that you make them dinner because they are trying to work hard for the benefit of everyone, all right? Let's keep those numbers low. That's what I'm saying. And I'd like to thank you all again. Be safe and enjoy your evening.
Yay, Professor Garbanzo! Hey, don't go away.
Oh,
We have a Q&A at the end of every one of these,
right.
just for a moment,
I forgot, yeah.
just to chat. So the chat has been mostly just wrapped by you. They don't have a lot of questions, but if you do, now is your chance. You can drop it in the ask a question at the bottom, or you can put it in the chat. So there's lots of thank yous, which is lovely. So,
thank you, everyone.
Paolo Garbanzo.
Yes.
Why are you such a huge nerd?
Why am I such a huge nerd?
Tell us all about it.
Oh my gosh. It began long ago when I was born a nerd, and then just went on the nerd path. And that really stems from Dungeons and Dragons. I will just blatant. I'll just say it. I'm a Dungeons and Dragons nerd. Yeah, I'm just see that castle. Yeah, bam. That's a real castle. I know all about it because I'm a nerd.
Also,
yes.
Explain what that castle is.
Oh, this castle. Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Well, see, there's a castle where the original Tom Fool used to live. Very famous guy.
You mean that
phrase,
guy? Tomfoolery?
That's where they get that phrase.
You quit your tomfoolery?
Mhm.
All right.
Which, by the way, side topic, when someone says that to you, you really have to take that with a grain of salt, because here's the thing. Tom Fool's standard joke was getting other people killed. This is true. He would usually sit under a tree, which, by the way, is on the other side of this. It's just on the behind this castle. I'm not even kidding. It's right there. And he would, if you treated him well, he would safely guide you across the swampy area to your home. Well, not all the way to your home, just get you across the swamp. If you treated him badly, because anybody could, because he's a jester and has no rank in society. If ranks in society were 1 through 10, he is the letter J. So he doesn't have rank, which means anybody, the lowest person in society could like kick him and be like, "Hey, how do I get home?" And he'd be like, "You want to go home? I'll show you how to get home. You go down there, go down the hill, turn right, see that thing, the sign says Swamp of Death, just keep going, and then you just keep going, and it'll be fine." And then you end up drowning in the quicksand. Why? Because you were a dick. So here's the thing. When someone says, "Stop your tomfoolery," they're actually saying, "Please stop killing people." But take it with a grain of salt. Well, my friends, that is Muncaster Castle. And that is up in the north of England or the very south of Scotland. It just depends on your opinion. And basically, they have a jester competition there every year. And several years ago, I won. I know. And yeah, so once you're a fool, it's like Miss America for jesters. So once you're a fool, you're always a fool. You just pass your crown on to the next person. But that is, yeah, my mother-in-law painted this lovely picture. It's fantastic. And yeah, and that's pretty much what it looks like. Oh yeah. Oh, and so my friends, this is actually, I wasn't kidding about that tree. So this is actually, when you win, you get a wooden chalice that is carved from the tree. Branches fall off of the very, very old tree. And so they take that wood and they carve things out of it. And if you win, you get the wooden chalice.
The chalice from the palace is the brew that is true.
It's true. And that tree, literally, I'm not even kidding. It's like, it would be right here. If the castle wasn't here, that's where the tree would be. So
this has been lovely. And you should know that when this passes and the plague lifts, and Professor Garbanzo is back on the road, he can take you to these places.
That's true.
He runs a company called Ren Adventures. That's renadventures.com, REN adventures.com. And he can take you on a tour of Italy or Sicily. He could take you next year. There's going to be a witchy tour to Sicily with Byron Ballard from Asheville. He could also take you on an immersive D&D adventure, which includes the buildings in the story.
Yes, we have plans once this plague lifts that we might even do a Greek heroes quest down in Sicily when it's all safe and everybody's, power washed everything down. Because the last time Sicily had money was 400 BC, because there's amazing Greek temples all over the island. So yeah, that's the last time they had money. Sorry, no offense.
The perfect sword and sandal adventure awaits you.
Dear swords and sandals.
Have a lovely day. We are going to see you at 8 o'clock for the Variety Streamathon. The mayor of Austintown, Paulo Garbanzo, is going to be running tech. I will be hosting it along with Joe Reed Tiger Lily. We have an amazing lineup, and it is free and public. But watch it here on Crowdcast, because you don't want to get zucked. And Facebook hates the female form, so you won't be able to see any of the burlesque. So just come here, tell your friends, wear your shirt garters and your fancy, fancy pants. I noticed that you did a high kick earlier. I know you just want people to see your pants. Right. It's just a fancy pants.
Fancy pants.
So
my fancy pants.
Darlings, it's been such a pleasure. Good night. Long live Fringe. Long may she sparkle.
Hi, everybody. We're back. It is so good to see you. And I've got my Fringe fam is stopping in. That's super exciting. Tonight, what is time? What is cheese? So in these moments, we are going to be speaking live with our performers and our support team and our Fringe fam from Richmond Fringe Festival 2020 and checking in and seeing how they've been doing, what they've been doing. I'm not going to say who they've been doing. Oh no, I just did. Again, my name is Carmel. I am the Directrix of the Richmond Fringe Festival and its producing house, Spectacle and Mirth. And it is my great privilege to bring on at this very moment, Eden Charade. Hello, friend.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can, but I should be smart and do an echo cancellation situation.
Oh, should I do the same or am I okay?
No, you're beautiful. You're fine. Hi. Tell us all about yourself. Later today, I should say, everybody, at 3:30 is when the Variety Spectaculaire goes for its rebroadcast. And so you get to see Eden doing a really cool steampunk striptease to a song by Charming Disaster. Yeah. So you get to talk to her now, get her to know her mind a little bit, and then you get to know her body a little bit. So that's exciting.
My body, oh.
So tell us all about it. How have you been? Be honest. You don't have to be polite.
Okay.
Tell the truth.
It's I can't survive on a diet of digital alone. So I found myself kind of drifting into the void, becoming, what is the word? Incorporeal?
Incorporeal, yeah, absolutely.
I took a lot of breaks from social media and just a lot of just self-reflection and just survival. But once in a while I checked in just to kind of stay somewhat tethered to the entertainment world and caught some shows when I could online. But it's a difficult diet to digest as somebody who's used to performing live. So it's been tough, and I know that there are others that had it tougher. So I don't like to complain. I'm just glad that we have what we have. And I know that when we had our inaugural show, we had to pivot very quickly to make it a digital show. I remember mimicking and acquiring like knowledge on how to get myself set up for a digital broadcast. The learning curve. But I feel like it was a good skill to learn. So especially right now.
Did you feel like, I mean, it was the Wild West, like, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But did you feel like what you learned at the time was useful for the coming year of living in the digital realm?
Yeah, definitely. I'm really lucky to have a job that allows me to work from home most of the time. But my job, because of the nature of what I have to do sometimes, we are in nonstop Zoom meetings. So it helped me kind of set up something where I wasn't, how the camera like underneath that kind of picture where I could have good lighting and camera angles and stuff so that my Zoom meetings are a little bit more professional, I should say. So it really helped me with that. But there are some days where I just don't show myself on film because I am just so burnt out from Zoom and video just from work. So I feel sometimes very, very guilty not catching everybody's live performances, because if I have to look at one more digital show after 8 to 10 hours of looking at office people on a digital platform, it gets a little too much. But with spring and the promise of vaccines coming out soon, as soon as I'm eligible, I'm going to grab one. I'm really hopeful that we can eventually get back to like a live format. So
yeah, for sure.
There's a light at the end.
Absolutely. I should say, the other person in the box with me, you can actually scoot a little bit closer. um,
Hey.
Is Stephen Warwick. He was our graphic designer for the festival. And he did like the graphic that we have up in the background. And
The anglerfish.
the
and all that kind of
anglerfish
stuff,
and
yeah.
all of our branding was done by this very smart man. But I understand that you guys have worked together for literally years.
Yeah, about a decade at this point or something like that, I think. Yeah.
I've lost track, but I know that I knew of his artistic talent before I even got into burlesque in my past life as another stage performer. And when I started a troupe with another performer at the time, Cherry Canary, we formed Vaudeville Follies, and I tapped him for his talent to design our posters.
I've seen them; they're gorgeous,
and they were so perfect for the campy, silly vaudeville kind of spirit that we were trying to capture at the time.
Yeah, it was always like an interesting challenge because like the different themes of the show were always going to be something little like out there and really awesome, and trying to come up with an image or something that captures what you guys were putting out there was always kind of fun. So, you know.
Yeah, you always rose to the challenge. I was always pleased with what you turned out. Of course, we weren't very picky at the time either. We were like, we'll take what we can get.
But I have to say, like, because he has the large posters, like the 24 by 36, actually framed and up on the walls of his own home.
Yeah.
So it's not like, you know, it's not to say like, oh, I did that thing and now it's like lost in the ether. But like blown up, it's really impressive. And the casts that you would pull together are like, they're all hand drawn and like, this is a beautiful idea. And I know you did an April Fool's one because I've seen that poster and I'm like, well, it's April Fool's week.
Yeah.
So
yes, that's true. We've done 2 April Fools. There was April Fool's and the anniversary, which was amazing in itself. So
yeah. No, fond memories from that time for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So I understand that you've been enjoying yourself as an amorphous mist.
Amorphous mist, yes.
Can you tell me more about that? What are the benefits of being a cloud of amorphous mist?
You don't have to worry about a lot of physical needs, such as eating, sleeping. You just kind of float. And you observe and you have a lot of introspection time. I hate to admit, you also don't have to shower, but when you return to your physical form, it's kind of like, but yeah, there was definitely some times where you would just float so high above that you'd reach kind of like the space station level, and you just look down on this planet and you're just like, nothing matters, but everything matters at the same time. You know, that kind of sort of trippy, sort of kind of like, what's it all for? Moments. And then you come back to Earth and you're like, oh yeah, reality. I have to adult now.
You have to meet suit now. You have to stop being missed.
Although I have to check in with the meat suit sometimes. I did because it's kind of like you have to drive your car when it's been sitting for a while just to keep it going. It was kind of like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also like as a patch of amorphous mist, like you can shower because you are a shower. Like I'm just saying, like showering seems trivial and unnecessary.
I don't know. Like if you are the shower,
is kind of gross after a while.
Yeah. If you are the shower, then you're catching all the stuff you've been showering with.
Yeah. Water tends to retain a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You do have to purify water before you drink it in some places too. So
that's true. Yeah, I have to say, you look gorgeous. This short blonde situation is really working for you.
Yeah, she never got to see the light of day. This was like the last wig I acquired before quarantine and pandemic world. So I'm giving her debut today.
Awesome.
That's lovely. See, we're full of new things. We're full, you know, it's not just about rebroadcasting what we used to do. But do you feel like when you come out of this cocoon when you corporealize a little bit more that you'll need a little bit of a warm up, or that you're gonna like hit the ground running and be ready?
I am working on. I had all these concepts before going into hibernation, so to speak. So I've decided to pick one and just start acquiring materials, start kind of getting the patterns laid out and the fabric cut, and just start kind of piecing it together. And my concepts tend to just be the costume first. And then
Guilty. Totally guilty.
I love just kind of building a caricature and then finding the music to go with it. I like to dance, but I'm not a very good choreographer. So I just do the best I can. But I really love just the concept of just a costume that the pieces, when they come off, it's just part of the choreography. So I have this concept of a Victorian praying mantis. I feel like the tricorner hat with eyes on it, and antenna, and then these long sleeves that come down and kind of like the praying mantis shape.
Yes.
Yeah, and of course it had the corset and then a bustle, a long bustle that kind of goes with that praying mantis.
The long thorax.
Yes. So the finale, I won't say much about it, but I'm formulating something very inappropriate, but
yes.
Anyway.
I hope it's that you're ripping the head off of your lover. Like
the head.
Yeah. I said it. I said it. You implied it. Here we are.
So that's what I decided, since I had a lot of sequins left over from my Eden debut as a steampunk, that would work with the praying mantis. The praying mantis is going to be more on the green side, but they have like brown tones. So it'll work in there. So I decided I would just use what I had, because it can get expensive if you don't start early and start slowly acquiring materials. It's really expensive to buy all at once. And then I go to thrift stores, I go look at bargain bins at fabric stores, and I just slowly accumulate. And then I start piecing things together. So I'm at the acquiring supplies phase right now, but it's something that I want to kind of materialize on stage. But in the meantime, like you said, will I feel ready when we're ready to go? Probably not, just because I was so nervous the first time around. I love volunteering. I love kittening or working the door or helping other producers in town with whatever they need. And I'll get a little dolled up for that. And that's kind of the way I warm up. I will do whatever they need, because I feel like I was so relieved when I started to come back into the burlesque world, just how it was thriving and how diverse and colorful and expansive it had become in Richmond, where it was maybe like a handful of troops just holding it together when I first started. So all I want to do is put my power and my support behind those producers, and just be a little minion, burlesque minion. And that's how I really get warmed up. I get to see what other performers are doing. I get to know what the styles are, what the audience is like, and then that doesn't really define my style, but at the same time, it helps me just kind of feel more comfortable in that environment. And we have some amazing producers, and they've been keeping it going digitally. Like Ellie Quinn, she's got a show coming up in a couple weeks. And then Vanessa Chevelle, she does the Afro Tees. She's started applications for the next show. We've also got, I'm trying to think of names. Oh no, brain is turning into mist.
Well, I remember when you signed on to Kitten and volunteer for shows that I was doing at Gallery 5 and for Richmond Fringe, and it was like you were always super reliable and a delight to work with. So like that's another part of the, like, if you show up and you come with your heart and a good attitude, like that's a big part of building a local community and recognition, and knowing that, the warm up is not always just for you, it's for the people that you're interacting with, to like get to know you and get to know what you're about and begin to start to trust you until you dress up like a praying mantis and kill them. So, haha, I've caught you off guard. But yeah, it's I've only been in Richmond for 2.5 years.
About 2.5.
2.5 years as a,
Feels
I
like
know,
longer.
feels like longer.
Wow.
But one of those,
it feels like you've always been here.
oh, thanks. I've been coming into town for about 10 years to do shows with Ansa and at the Broadberry and Gallery 5. And this past year has been a bit of a pause for, especially for like what I want to do and what I was in the middle of building right as it paused. But I would say that it's been pretty welcoming, and it seemed like all hands on deck until it suddenly was not. So I remember, I don't like the phrase paying your dues, but like showing that you care by showing up for other people's stuff, even if you are not physically represented in it, like if you are not on the stage or in the front of people's eyeballs, if you're willing to be helpful or to pay your ticket and show up, then that really matters. That kind of math really matters.
But I think just being there and being present and just being there to support them and the whole, not just burlesque, but just the whole entertainment community in Richmond. And that includes filmmakers too.
I was going to say, tell the people.
So Fabian Rush has been working on, he had the premiere movie, Fatagan Rock Opera of Doom. No, it's Fatagan Rock Opera of Doom. And it was a few years ago, and he released it, and I played like a very tiny, minuscule role in it. I just kind of showed up for a day. He shot a couple scenes, but then I watched the whole movie, and it was such a campy romp and so much fun and really cool music. And then I just had a blast. I thought, wow, he's pretty good at this. And then he invited me to be in the sequel. So it's Fatagan ROD altogether. Fatagan FHTAGN ROD. It's very Lovecraftian. Well, it is. It's blatantly Lovecraftian. And he made a sequel called Rock Opera of Chaos, or Chaos. What did I say? See, it's hard to materialize after being a mist for so long. The brain just kind of has trouble rebooting. So
I just dropped it in the comments.
Great. Thank you.
People can. I think I spelled it right, but
it's
kind of like watching Old Man Gazebo try to spell San Gimignano.
Yeah, I know. It's exactly like that. I can relate. So no, he took it to another level where he's actually got stop motion claymation in it.
Oh, awesome.
And a lot of it's more campy and kookier, very fringy. It fits really well with the whole fringe theme, and I had a blast doing it. There's Mina
Corbeau.
Thank you. I was like, I'm going to butcher her name. Thank you. Mina Corbeau is in it. She plays a starring role as Lilith. Also, Stephen Paulette, who's a friend of the community. He's also a supporter of the artistic community. And then a new talent, Thor. I'm going to butcher his name too. Gerhardt. Oh, forgive me, Thor. I'm sorry. Well, you can go to the Facebook page and find his information. But he voiced the serpent in the Garden of Good and Garden of Eden, and Fabian has a way of pulling in these really unique talents, and so it's actually available for digital download. You can go to his page and find it. But it's campy, kooky in all the best ways, and I had a blast doing it. And I was just so. We shot all the scenes before COVID, but I was just so happy. And it was like a little burst of happiness in the middle of all this pandemic mess that just made my day and started kind of bringing me back to earth a little bit, telling me a little bit more. So
that's so great. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
And that is a perfect transition point, actually, to talk about some some movie making, because our next guest is actually Toby from Dr. Dorian Peach, and I'm going to bother him so much about the web series that they made over this past 2 years. But to transition, speaking of incorporeal mist and collaborations, I am actually going to invite Stephen to play his new spacecraft drum that sounds like the music of the spheres. So we're just going to have a quick little 1 minute performance by Stephen. And so get yourself comfortable, and I'm going to, as we hear the spheres, we're going to say goodbye to Eden. Go for it. Bye, friend.
Bye.
Well, with that in mind, I'm going to bring on Toby.
Hello.
Hi, Toby.
Hi. You hear me all right?
I absolutely can. Can you hear me? Could you hear
Yes,
that?
I can. Yes, I could hear that. Yeah.
Oh, good. Good.
That's
have
an awesome drum. What is that drum?
It's called a hang drum.
Hang drum. Okay.
And I was trying to move the camera to potentially actually see him playing it, but it's not that day. It is not that day. But essentially, it's 2 big pieces of metal that have been pounded into a shape in a specific key, and then which I think is in G.
Yeah,
and okay, so check this out.
This one's in G minor, and it's this one's particular is called a Rav Vast, and it's a type of hang drum that's a hand pan with tongues cut in it versus dents. Some of them have like kind of round dents in them that make a different sound, and you just tap on them, and they kind of work as a percussion, almost like a xylophone and drum mixed together. So
Yeah.
and so on and so forth.
I can totally see Dr. Door playing this.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. I love
Super zen.
Super zen. It's like playing what are the garden chimes there.
Yes, it is. I bet. I think that's actually true.
Yeah.
Toby, how are you?
Oh, doing all right. Hanging in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us everything. Tell us how your year has been. Tell us how the All About Dr. Door and Peach's web adventures, I should say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I had to take some notes because because we've had a bizarrely busy year.
Okay.
Everything was just shut down. We kept doing things, and people kept doing things and wanting us at them. So,
Great.
like your fringe was sort of the trial by fire that showed us we could do this if we bought if we bought a bunch of new equipment, and and so then after that Cincy Fringe went all online, and so we basically made a short film that was essentially a house concert, but if you try to translate live directly into digital, it doesn't work. So we actually had to do an awful lot of manipulating of things to make it seem live and spontaneous. So basically we went totally insane for 2 weeks and made this 45-minute performance film that was essentially a house concert in our living room. And we would be like, so we have she's now 3.5-year-old.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So like we would film all night, and then one of us would go to sleep and the other would play with the kid. And then we'd swap halfway through the day. And then we'd film all night again. And we did that for 2 weks.
I believe that's the actual definition of suffering for your art.
We are never going to do that again.
I would also like to point out that in the comments, Madame Ansa has said, I forgot that Toby smiles because Dr. Doer doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't want to be in character for this.
No, that's fine. No, it's just really perfect.
Yeah. So we sent that to Cincy Fringe. Then somebody at Cincy Fringe said, "Hey, Minnesota Fringe is all online this year, and they're also accepting submissions." So we sent it to that as well. And then we had already submitted our web series to several film festivals, essentially focusing on web series. So we did that. So just between all of the like little weird appearances in various places over the internet, we've been fairly busy.
That's
and
great.
Then we did a holiday special because why not?
Because why not?
That nearly killed us again, but we did it.
I was so unhappy that I wasn't able to participate in the web series. I wanted to very, very badly, and it just like the timing didn't work out. Because I remember you guys being like, we would love you to do this thing. And I was like, I totally want to. And your timeline originally was when I would be overseas in Australia. And then it didn't turn out to actually be that timeline. So I was like, there's going to be a future where we do something together and it lines up. But
I think there's going to have to be. Whenever one of us says, oh, yeah, well, we'll do season 2 sometime, everybody else in the room laughs. Because it was such an enormous undertaking. I mean, we never would have done it if we'd known how much work it was going to be.
Right.
Ultimately, but now we know.
Isn't that the definition of like literally anything that we artists do? Of like, if you had any idea how much it would hurt, how much effort it would take, would you have started? Because we all suspect that things will be like difficult or need a lot of attention, but like we never seem to. I've never met another artist, specifically performers, who are like, well, that was way easier than I expected. It just all came together so clean. It cost way below what I was budgeting for. Like no one says that. So it's but I'm really glad that you guys did it. It's so clever. It's heartbreaking at times, and it's a really beautiful piece of art, if I don't say so myself. And it's fun. Like it's just really fun to watch. But my co-host mumbled something. Trolls, right? About trolls. And this is a moment to remind people that at 3:30 is when the Variety Spectacular, which opens with Dr. Doran Peach performing a set, will come on at 3:30. So in about 40 minutes, you can watch the silliest shit ever that will make you so happy. So are you going to continue to send the movie to more fringes and more film festivals this coming year?
Well, that's a subject of debate. we and actually literally debate. We were still talking about it last night. We seem to keep finding places where the movie is useful. Like we just had somebody reach out to us in support of a local radio fundraiser. They're like, can you do a 10-minute set? We're like, we're totally burned out.
Right.
But we have this thing. Do you want 10 minutes of that? Like 2 songs cut together? Would that be entertaining and worth it to you? Like, so, and possibly my favorite thing of the year was we got invited to be part of Fable Cry's Festival of Ghouls this year.
What is that?
Well, Fable Cry is a band a little bit like us, a little bit more like a band and a little bit more serious. I mean, we're a bunch of clowns who play music. They're a band.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
But so they're based in, I'm going to embarrass myself by not remembering, maybe Nashville.
Okay.
It's somewhere, it's either in Tennessee or Ohio. But anyway, every year they do a big music and performance festival called the Festival of Ghouls. And this year, they, like everybody else, had to move that online. So they were essentially hosting in their living room. But there again, they were like, hey, do you want to do a thing? And we're like, we have 45 minutes of recorded material. So yeah, it's continued to have more of a life than we expected it to have.
Oh, that's amazing.
And we're just beginning, like, I'm starting to go now, all right, well, I don't know when it stops being useful to have like this exclusive thing that a festival can offer, and then you go and offer it to the next festival, and we're like, it's exclusive through us for this period of time. Because of course that works when you're doing the Fringe circuit.
Right.
It's a little different when everything's online.
Yeah, that is a constant conversation among the Fringe producers of the world. So I'm a member of the Fringe World Congress, and I was before when I was doing Shenandoah Fringe as well, which you guys were at. Before the tiny human was around in the world. That peach dress really hides a lot. It was amazing.
It will not hide the next tiny human who is due this year.
What? I didn't know about the second tiny human.
Well, we've kind of, despite being so busy socially, we've kind of been under a rock. So
I understand. But anyways, the conversation about like, what is the value of digital content in these circumstances? What is the cost associated with digital content? Is it fair to ask artists to pay a rego fee or like a presentation fee if what they're giving is on 2 levels, is like, it's not only is it digital, but like, is it live or is it pre-recorded? Like there's a lot of like maneuvering and debate amongst just the producers about like, what can we realistically ask for or hope for? And also, what do we need? Because every single one of them is now in a budget crisis. Because they, rego fees and participation fees are basically what power the staffing. So if those things disappear, then like, what do you do? And a lot of those festivals pride themselves on like 100% of the ticket money goes back to the artist. But if you're not getting any other income from any other source to actually like do your hosting and whatever, it's just like the math is like playing 3-dimensional chess. You're like, well, we don't have to buy insurance and we don't have to hire staff and we don't have to do this and we don't have to do that, but you do have to pay for robust internet, you do have to pay for hosting fees, you do have to pay for licensing fees for some of this stuff because of musical use. And then after you think about all of your like foundation wear, then you have to think about is it worth it to even do this? Because other people can see that digital offering literally any other time or at the next show down the line.
Yeah.
So that's the part where, as producers, we do a lot of math about like, all right, well, how good is the foundation that you've laid with a local audience? That they will still tune in and they will still give you their time, as opposed to like the whole of the internet is very big and who cares if there's one more show on it. So it's a very weird, very complicated time. But hello, Rachel.
Let me see. Maybe I should turn these headphones off, and hopefully that won't make the room noise totally crazy.
We'll find out. Oh my God, it made a zwam noise. Hi, Rachel. Oh, I can't hear you now.
Unmute. Okay, there we go.
It's really nice to see you.
Hello.
So I gave her sort of the update, but
that's good. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say hi.
Absolutely. It's so good that you guys are still kicking around on the internet and being busy, and people are calling you to do all the things. And it is a bit of a surprise to us all when we're asked to do things. Like, I've been getting digital telegrams. Like, I do singing telegrams, and then some people are like, but could you do it just like in our Zoom meeting? Could you bomb our Zoom meeting? And I'm like, hell yeah. I don't have to leave my own house and I can make a little bit of money, and that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah, it is weird that there's actually been more fruits on the tree, on the digital tree than I thought there would be. Last year was really good.
Yeah.
And we actually burnt ourselves out a little bit.
Yeah, that's what Toby was saying.
Yeah.
But also the learning of like, do I even want to do it this way?
Sure.
Like, maybe you can do it, but do you want to do it that way? Do you feel the connection that you need?
And I think because we're sort of this hybrid theater and music act, I think it was, and because we'd just done all this film, I think it was easier for us to make that pivot than a lot of people that I've talked to who are specifically live. Like,
yeah, because it was fun to explore like what could our act be of these songs that were already established as a set. If we made that proposal of like, okay, if we made it a little bit more like a movie, but not really like a movie, but just like a little more of the planned version. And that was very fun to play that experiment. I don't know how many more times we want to do that, because we made the discoveries we made because it was fresh. And then we did a Christmas special because, again, that was something that was fresh. And the ideas for the Christmas jokes had been rocking around for a little while. And we were like, well, now's the time to do this because it'll just be dumb and fun. And it doesn't need to accomplish anything. Short. And, because the jokes were very short jokes. And I'm really happy we did that. It was exhausting. Toby had to do most of the work. I don't know if you told them. But...
No, I didn't go into detail about the Christmas special, but she may have.
Please do.
Well, I'm having a baby.
I heard. Tiny human number 2.
Yes, tiny human number 2. So I was really just useless at that time. It was early in the pregnancy, and I was just we started off strong, and made the whole plan for making the Christmas special, and then. And it wasn't a whole lot of filming, actually. It was a lot more with making the music. So Toby had to do all of that, and that's fine. And then there was all the troll voiceovers after we did stuff. Because when we did the puppeting, it was just like Peach would talk and sing, and the puppets just went. So then Toby and our housemate went back and made all of their little like. And filled in all those gaps. So but the other thing about the show we made at this time last year that turned out way better than we expected was that we had an outside editor. We didn't do any of that editing on our own, and Kevin was doing all the mixing of the music for us too. Really, we just sent him a lot of files. And then for the Christmas special, because it was like just a little bit more kind of off the cuff, or it was done a lot faster. And Toby did all the editing too. So poor Toby, I don't think he wasn't getting a lot of sleep in that couple of weeks either. Because during the day I was like, I want to go back to bed.
Right.
I can't function.
Right.
And but so we were delighted to do that project too, which kind of we had decided to do at the last minute.
I think that you should give yourself rando prompts like the Christmas special prompt, but they're like Arbor Day or May Day, or, you know, like at a different time of the year. Or you can be like, today is the discovery of Uranus as a planet, or like today is the day that cryptozoo musicologist appreciation day. Like, I don't know, I'm just saying, like, create other rando holidays.
That's a really good idea.
Oh no, it's another project.
That's a really good idea.
But then perhaps you'll get to hang on to discovery in a way that makes it worth your time, versus like we are under the crush of needing to do something for whatever reason, but your format has been sorted, but your content is full of discovery. So
yeah, that's a very good idea, because also there's a lot of benefit to doing something that is a short proposal.
Yeah.
Because you can still take a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the thing, right? It's like you can take as many takes as you want. You can be as picky as, you know, it can take a lot longer to film it than it can to just rehearse something to get it ready for the stage. So
right, yeah. But
a short proposal for those sorts of things, it's a pretty darn good idea.
Sorry, Toby, not sorry.
That's fine. So I'm trying to speak it into existence, but since Rachel is kind of like nesting right now, the solo thing that I've been occupying myself with is a sword and sorcery heavy metal concept album.
Yes, 100% yes.
So you're just gonna you just put that on hold because she just got an idea.
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry, because that means that there's just more content and more art, as opposed to like either one. It's
yeah.
Well, it's true. Toby and I combined make one producer.
Yeah.
Because I am really good at starting things.
Okay.
I understand the rest.
I totally understand that. This like watchathon situation, I was like, I had that idea on Tuesday, and I was like, you know what we should do? We should do this. And by we, I mean I. And by I mean literally only me doing this, because I didn't want to let the anniversary slip by as if it were normal and like it had just like fallen in the wastebasket. I'm like, we did such work to get it to live, you know, past that gate of enormous difficulty, that to like let all of that kind of slip into obscurity seemed so awful. So today's watchathon is kind of a séance to revive the spirit, and also just really have an excuse to check in on a bunch of people that I like.
Yeah, it's okay if it's just for you.
It might be. Although there are 6 people watching, apparently.
Yay!
So if anybody wants to, as we wrap up with you guys, if anybody wants to drop into the chat a hello or a specific thing that you love about Dr. Doer and Peach, please do. And if you tell me or drop me in the private chat a link to your web series, I can push it out publicly in this comment section.
Yeah, that would be great.
That would be great. Eden says, hello.
Hello, Eden.
Go back to the public one after you do that.
Okay.
I want to see.
Yes, you can just, Ansa did confirm that Nashville is where those people are.
Yeah. Fable Cry. They're very cool. People should look them up too.
Oh yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
I'm excited to learn about that. I'm trying to like find places and reasons to get the Mech Maiden out in her new incarnation.
There might be some crossover there. I think they would be interested in that.
Great.
They were neat. They were and just sort of fun. They're the whole thing just had this very I don't know, it's the right word. It was very silly and a little bit insidery, like as far as how well they knew each other, but that gave it this very much an intimate feeling.
We're having a party and you're invited.
Right.
Oh, that's fun.
That weird other platform, Twitch. It feels like just another kind of bizarre world of its own. But it was there was such a she's playing in a bucket of laundry over there.
Yeah,
so
we might
it was such a lovely
Good timing.
of the audience that was there were clearly very familiar with the producers and their act. And there was just a real warm like commentary and pulling in of these other acts. Like we felt very pulled into that little world, and God, I would love to be in a room with these people and actually be in a concert hall with these other acts. There were some great weird acts.
Yep.
And so that was a really fun experience.
Great. Wonderful. I'm
Ghouls. That's what it was. Festival of Ghouls. Yeah.
I love everything, especially puppets. So this is a great time to bring on my next guest, and I'll just let you overlap very briefly because it's puppet related.
Okay.
But
Hey, Carmel.
oh God.
Found something.
Uh-oh. What did you find?
I don't know. It's just kind of sitting
there.
What is? No, not again. Toby.
What year is it? Where am I? Is it still 2020?
Oh my God. So this head arrived last year, and apparently we cannot get rid of it.
Why would you want it?
It remains.
Look at me, I'm so handsome.
I'm going to let you not suffer through this, friend.
All right.
So good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, bye, Pickles.
Goodbye, human.
Goodbye, Pickles.
Pickles, what are you doing here? I thought I threw you out the window.
I have always been here.
Oh my God. This is going to turn into some sort of commentary about time, isn't it?
I am eternal.
Oh my God.
I am inevitable.
Oh my God.
That's a
So
movie line, isn't it? I can't remember.
I don't know. It all blends together.
It really does. I have no idea. Like, it's still 2020, right? It's been 2020 for 20 years.
No, we managed to break through that barrier, and now we are our continued suffering and strangeness is stretching into 2021.
Of course.
Right.
And I have always had issues with time and telling time. My internal clock constantly blinks 12 like a VCR. So.
Or a microwave.
Or a microwave. I have components of both, really.
So what's the deal with time, Pickles?
Oh, I have a very hard time understanding time, but really, I'm from the future, and time travel is something of an accident for the most part. It's a naturally occurring thing that is, connected to wormholes, and I fell through a wormhole and ended up in this particular time. So I've spent the past year really just trying to get back to my own time because I'm in a band and we've got gigs.
What band is that? What are you talking about?
The League of Space Pirates.
Oh, right.
Yes.
They're from Richmond.
Yes. But yeah.
And they love UberCorp, right?
No, we don't love UberCorp. We're all enslaved by UberCorp.
Oh, that's right. It's hard to distinguish sometimes.
Yes, it's
a Stockholm syndrome thing.
It is
sometimes.
a very Stockholm. Like, they built me, and I should be grateful and everything. But they're kind of buttheads. So
it's more like being grateful that they haven't destroyed you somehow.
Oh, they've tried.
Like a terrible boss.
I used to have a body,
What?
Yes.
Is that what's going on here?
Now I'm just ahead of my time.
Oh my God. I think we've entered the pun section of this moment, haven't we?
Yeah. The thing is, I'm trying to get back to my own time, and I've realized that I've tried a couple techniques, but I realized I need to find a human doctor to help me get back to 2058 or 2,500, 458, 110101110. I don't really remember.
Why do you need a human doctor?
Well, actually, I need two human doctors.
Why?
Well, time travel is all about having a paradox.
Oh, I walked right into that.
You did.
I walked right into that with my
You're the one with the
meat
legs.
suit body. Oh my God.
I mean, time travel really isn't like a robot's thing, We're more made out of like hardware than hardware. But I've been trying to study other phenomena here. Well, I know it's. I've been trying to study other phenomena on Earth to try and help me get back Because, like I said, wormholes are naturally occurring things, and that's the only way I can get home. So I've been studying birds.
Why birds?
Birds are the best creatures around here that know how to find a wormhole.
Why does it keep happening? Why do I just keep walking into the situation where
Again.
that a pun is what punches me in the face? That's why they're
Again,
called
you're the one with
puns.
the legs. I can't really walk anywhere.
Well, I don't know how you got back into the house. I have to say that. I remember throwing you out.
Everybody does that. I don't know why.
I think you know why.
Maybe.
I think the chat knows why. If you want to say hello to Pickles,
Hello.
who is part of the League of Space Pirates, a very cool multi
I am the drum
arts
machine.
based.
We have a drummer now, though, but I'm kind of like a secondary drum machine.
It's a musical and visual arts experiment project.
Run by Noah Scalen, aka Captain Orlock.
That's right. We met him last year during the Variety Spectacular. So if you tune in at 3:30 when that begins, you will eventually meet him as well.
And me.
And you.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that when I threw you out of the house, Awesome Town Manor airlock, that we wouldn't be having this confrontation again. But I don't know what to do. I mean, all of the doctors are really busy with vaccinating people and
Well, I'm sure I'll find my way back eventually. I mean, time is a flat circle. If I just stay in one place, I'll get back to my own time anyway.
Isn't it that the past is happening and the future is happening and the present is happening all in one big jumble?
Yes, from a robot's perspective, everything is happening at once, and you guys are kind of like a rock in the middle of the ocean.
In the middle of the ocean. All right. Well, I feel like that over the last year. I've been kind of a rock in the middle of the COVID ocean. It just feels like we're not going anywhere and we feel a little underwater.
Well, the tides change and everything changes eventually. You'll get out of it. I mean, I've already seen the future. You guys are still around, so.
Well, that's encouraging.
Maybe.
And I should say that.
How do you feel about having antlers?
I feel really good about that, actually.
Okay, then the future is where you need to be.
All right. So in the chats, Eve says hello and
Hello.
heart. Oh my God, so loud. So
my vocal processors are a little hard to control sometimes.
Oh God.
It requires a throat, and I don't have one.
Yes, we keep experiencing that. So what would you do if you got to your own time? If you got back to it?
Nap mostly. But no, I would try to find my body mostly. I kind of feel like, I'm just half a robot without it. So, but I would try to find my ship and my crew, and would probably overthrow the ship and become the captain of the Detritus, and then pillage and plunder and cause all kinds of destruction.
Well, now that's on the internet, it's public, and I think Dr. Orlock, Captain Orlock is going to be ready for you when you show up.
Yeah.
So I don't think you've thought this through.
Oh, I have, though.
Oh, goodness. Considering you're just ahead.
What else am I going to do?
What else are you going to do?
Things.
Oh, my God. Why nap? Do you even sleep?
Maybe.
I don't think that's true.
I might turn off every once in a while and just kind of like process.
Do you turn off or do you short out?
I think it's called sleep mode. Like most computers have a sleep mode, and that's, I'm still running on Windows 95, so.
You poor thing. We've also got Pavo says hey, and and Eden says hello as well.
Hello, Eden.
Oh, it's still so loud. All right, well, if you get your body back, that's a big if.
Yes.
And if you find the detritus, also another big if.
Yes, well, we're in the same place. So.
Well, that is not what you said.
I don't remember. 12.
I just think that you should be worried about what they'll do to the rest of you, which isn't much at this point, knowing that you are there to overtake the ship.
Well, I can't really overtake the ship that well because my body doesn't have arms or legs, and they took away my laser cannon.
You're going to have to headbutt the ship.
I mean, yeah. That's a good way to get it started. That's actually how most of the time we jumpstart the thing. Is that Rusty takes me outside and just throws me like a cannonball at the thing. I get it going.
Maybe you bounced off of it and like spun through some sort of vortex, and that's what brought you back here.
That is possible. That is entirely improbable, but possible.
Improbability? That just means yes, but maybe later.
I like that definition.
Is there anything that you want to say to the people about the League of Space Pirates, or what you think they've been up to for the last?
We still exist.
What?
We still exist. The pirates haven't been able to make much music during quarantine. But we will get back to it once everything is safe again. So.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, safe is relative for people who travel through time
and space.
And space.
Lasers shot at us, and et cetera, et cetera. But you know, there's not a lot of space plagues. So.
Space plague.
Yeah.
That is not something I want to admit could be true. It's highly improbable, though.
Highly improbable.
Which
but
means,
like you said,
it will, but eventually.
It will be eventually. And I'm from the future, so you know.
That's right. Do you think it's a plague on space, or do you think it is a plague that happens in space?
Yes.
This is not good. Not good at all. All right, everyone. Say your goodbyes to Pickles.
Farewell, humans.
Oh, there's Fabian Rush.
Hey, Fabian.
Ah! Is there anything else you want to say to the people?
Destroy all humans.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that that's a good idea, and it's time for you to go. If you speak like that about everybody else, you're going to have to pay the price. And I might not be rusty, but I've got a really good throwing arm.
Oh, no.
1, 2, 3. He's fine.
Ow!
He's fine. Goodness gracious. Well, darlings, it is 3:06, and we have been spending the last hour speaking to artists and performers and support staff from the Richmond Fringe Festival 2020 edition. And robots. We've been speaking to robots as well. Just remember, this is a public service announcement that whenever you ask Alexa or Siri to do something for you, you should say please and thank you. Because I, for one, am not ready to give everything over to our robot overlords. I would like to not be the first against the wall in their plans for world domination. So, darlings, in about 25 minutes, we're going to have the last show of the day, which is the Variety Spectacular. And all of these shows will be up on the Vimeo showcase, freely able to watch for the rest of the day, maybe even tomorrow if I'm feeling extra generous about it. If there's anybody else who pops into the chat and into the room in the next 2 minutes, maybe we'll get another opportunity to speak to our Fringe fam. But this is a reminder to say the Richmond Fringe Festival was born last year in 2020 from the beautiful and combined efforts of our Fringe fam, and we were delighted by you all and how you stuck with us and how excited you were for us to debut and to shift and to change and transform. And we have been a part of the global Fringe community and the Fringe World Congress of over 200 other festivals literally around the world for all this time. And when we first debuted last year, we had people watching in China, we had people watching in Australia, we had people watching in New Zealand, we had people watching in Germany, we had people watching in Sweden. It was really all around the world, as if we had just taken our arms and it had taken its arms and we just wrapped them gently around each other to enmesh. So it is surreal that when we are, as Brittany said at the beginning of our mega mini watchathon, we are not socially distant. We are physically distant. They are not the same thing. So be well, be safe, be thoughtful, be ready for when it calms down to the point of being able to be in the same place and put our arms around each other and our meat suit bodies in this consensus reality. But before that happens, continue to support the arts, continue to support the artists that are trying to recalibrate and work. Go to their digital shows, buy tickets to those shows. There's so much to look at. There's so much to participate in, even though it's not the same. Don't pretend it is. Treat it for what it is, a salutation over the ether. So, my loves, I'm going to say goodbye for now. and then put up the background with our banner. And then the Variety Spectacular. You know what? I'm the boss. I'm going to say it's going to start right now. That's what I'm going to say. So if you've got anything that you want to throw through the ether into the chat section to say hello or share the love, I would greatly love to hear it while I find our last show of the day. Hey, Steven.
Yes.
Will you play that hang drum?
Yeah, I can play that.
I'm gonna have the musics of the spheres playing.
I was having a good time.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I drank all of the champagne.
All of it?
Yes, I know. I shouldn't have, but I couldn't be stopped.
Well, it is difficult to stop drinking champagne sometimes. It's so delicious, so bubbly, straight to your head. It's wonderful.
Oh, it's like they tingle. They tingle all the way down
in your throat. It's good,
but in a good way.
Yes, yes,
darling.
Oh,
darling, Jory.
Oh,
our guests are here.
Hello. So we should hang up then.
We should hang up.
Will you hang up first?
No, you hang up first.
No, I love to hear the click when you hang up the phone.
No, darling, it's very sweet. All right, let's do it on 3. Ready?
All right. Yes.
1, 2,
3.
Hello, dear one.
Hello.
Welcome to the Richmond Fringe Festival Variety Spectacular. I am here with my dear friend, Jory Tiger Lily.
Hello. And I am here with my dear friend, Carmel Clavin. Which side are you on?
Oh, it doesn't matter, darling. I'm all sides. Always.
Everywhere, all the time.
Dear ones, welcome, welcome, welcome. You have found yourselves in a liminal place, a fringe festival, and furthermore, inside of the internet. The Richmond Fringe Festival had planned on starting smallish this weekend, just a few little shows, no big deal, just bringing hearts and minds together over art to talk about how the world is or is not totally fucked. And so we planned on being there with all of you in person, but now here we are, only in spirit. So, we're going to host this variety spectacular, whether COVID-19 wants us to or not. Darling Jory, could you tell them a little bit more about where we are and what we're doing?
Yes. Well, thank you, first of all, to all of you that have joined us all day for our programming. It's been a fun-filled adventure. Starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon, we began with a show called Being BAD, or Bad, and continued on to a wonderful aerial presentation called Serendipitous. And then we had a little bit of an eclectic history lesson called The Last Time We Had Money.
Oh, I can't remember the last time I had money.
I can't either, honestly. Maybe, well, it was certainly before COVID-19.
Speaking of which, darling Jory, isn't this evening a fundraiser?
It is, which is very, very, very important. Friends, just below Carmel and I, at the bottom of the screen, you will see a long green button. That button is to send us your donations to this fundraiser event. This event is free, of course. The 3 that we put on this afternoon were paid events that you can still buy tickets to see. They'll be streaming for the next 48 hours, and you should absolutely check them out. But if you can't quite do that, don't want to dedicate your time to that, perhaps, then just click that little button down below to support artwork, because artwork is what?
Work!
Work!
I also believe it says, buy us a taco.
Yes.
Keep the arts thriving.
Yes.
Because let's be clear. What does that money go to?
Tacos.
Tacos.
If you live in Richmond, Soul Tacos, because they're delicious. Shout out to Soul Taco.
All right. Not a sponsor, but hello. Can we talk about next year?
Yes.
So I have to say, there are all sorts of options for the fundraising. You can drop us some donations there. We're also streaming live on Facebook, so you can just follow the links there as well. You can also find us at paypal.me/spectacle and mirth. Now I hear you asking, who the fuck are those bitches? I'll tell you. Spectacle and Mirth is a group of 4 fabulous femmes who are the production company of the Richmond Fringe Festival. That's me. That's Jory. And in the back end, which you'll see later, Satya and Sarah. The 4 of us have been working tirelessly for months, along with many of our performers who are here with us tonight. So your donations are going towards supporting the Richmond Fringe Festival at large. And next year, we are hoping that we can have art grants and scholarships available so that people who make big, weird things that can't be ticketed can still participate, or people who are of modest means and of limited resources can still participate. So that is what you are supporting, not just tacos.
Not just tacos. Even though they're delicious.
I'm really excited about who we've got in tonight. We have got space pirates. We have got puppeteers. We have got musicians. We have some erotic fan fiction. We have some burlesque. And we've got a chat function running on the side of all of this evening in our crowdcast, darlings. So feel free to drop your praise, your applause, your emojis, and of course, your dollars.
Your dollars.
But I would like to introduce you to our very first guests, Dr. Doer and Peach. The mayor of Austintown is our technician this evening, and I will be speaking to him to see people into the room and out of the room. So as he calls them up, I would like to say, Dr. Doer and Peach, here they are.
Hello.
Are just the most wonderful, wonderful people.
Are you talking about us?
I am absolutely talking about you, darling.
That's a very nice intro. Okay.
Very, very kind.
Hello.
Oh,
sorry.
yes.
That's your
Hello.
part.
Hello. Greetings. I am Dr. Doer.
Dr. Doer.
And this is my assistant,
Peach.
Peach. And we sing songs about monsters.
Monsters that are
Okay,
scary.
Let me do the intro. So thank you for having us on.
We're so excited to have you. I remember I met you years ago at the Americana Burlesque and Sideshow Festival.
Yes.
It was a scary festival.
Scary. It was wonderful.
Well, without further ado, we will have a chat with you after the show.
Yes.
But in the meantime, we are going to say goodbye and give you the floor. Darlings, have a warm
internet welcome to Dr. Doer and
Pete.
Thank you. This first song is about people who encounter various monsters and the difficulties they have. It is entitled Sally's Fault. 1, 2, 1. You just had to taunt the locals, didn't you, Sally? It brought our welcome dinner to a halt. Now we're hanging in a cage, about to be stewed with thyme and sage. And I can't help but think it's all your fault. You just had to read that ancient scroll aloud, didn't you, Sally? You couldn't just have left it in the vault. Now the hungry evil dead have got us trapped here in a shed. And the way I see it, this is all your fault. You just had to go exploring in the basement, didn't you, Sally? Said the basement's vital to a house's whole gestalt. Now we're running for our lives from an overweight man with a thing for knives. And the way I see it, this is all your fault. Drum solo. Put it down. You just had to steal that strangely made tiara, didn't you, Sally, when we stumbled on that city of black basalt? Now we're caught in the pseudopod of an irate elder god. And I'm telling you right now, this is all your fault. You just had to go and tell me that you loved me, didn't you, Sally? When I took you to the corner store to share a malt. 'Cause now I love you back through every Martian invasion and shark attack, and every new wrong step makes me exult. We're all mortal, this I know, but when it's my time to go, I'm glad to know it'll probably be your fault. Thank you, Peach.
Thank you, Dr. Doer.
Next, we're going to play 4 songs for you this evening.
This next song is on our album, The Monster Songs.
Speak into the mic for the intro.
That's a great idea. I will speak into the mic for the intro. Thank you. Okay, we have an album called The Monster Songs. All you have to do is click on the image to go directly to cdbaby.com.
They can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, okay. All right. Here we go. Click on the link on your screen.
Peach, it's backwards.
Just click. Why is it backwards?
It's because cameras. Don't try to.
Okay, just click on the link. And then
it's all right. They can do that after the show.
Great. Okay, good. Well, I wanted to give them an opportunity.
All right.
All right. We're going to sing a song for you called The Stomp Kick Waltz. I have a whole intro. You can. So for the Stomp Kick Waltz, there is a chorus and it involves you guys. So I need all of you to stand up. Yes, thank you. Okay, good. Yes. We've got Carmel is standing up. She's ready to dance. And thank you, Kaza. Thank you, Jory. Yes, okay, great. All of our fellow performers are
see them. How can you possibly know?
Oh, I know. Thank you. Yes, okay, now brave members of the audience, good. Okay, get off your butts. You have been sitting for a long time, at least the last 20 minutes. So you need to get up and move around a little. And you're going to get ready for the song that we're about to do. The chorus goes like this. All right, so it's going to be step 2, 3, stomp 2, 3, kick down the buildings. Kicking is the most fun there. We should all kick more often. So you're just going to kick during that. Kick down the buildings. Okay? Then it's pivot and topple and pose as they quail. Pivot and topple and pose as they quail. You can do any pose. It's your pose. And then dip the skyscraper. Just follow that direction. Crush, ball, change, breathe, fire, then once more again, but this time add the tail. Now, I feel like we need a really big ending there, and I'm not sure what it should be. So like this time add the tail. It needs to be like momentous. What do you think? Oh, that's fantastic. That's wonderful. Oh, that's what we're all going to do. Okay, so you just add your tail. You just add your tail. Okay? So now for the stomp, kick, waltz. This is a song. This is a song about a young man's attempts to measure up.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3. Daddy was giant and radioactive. He rose like a tidal wave out of the sea. They called him a monster, the terror of nations, scourge of the cities, still daddy to me. We watched in the den as he made the news nightly. He wasn't that big on our 12-inch TV. I learned all the steps to the dance he perfected and knew that he danced it for mommy and me. Step 2, 3, stomp 2, 3, kick down the buildings, pivot and topple and pose as they quail. Dip the skyscraper, crash, ball, change, breathe, fire, then once more again, but this time add the tail. Daddy was giant. It made him seem distant. I needed a ladder to kiss him goodnight. Whenever we'd hear he was coming to visit, I'd hold mommy's hand and say it was all right. Sometimes they'd fight, and his voice was like thunder. Sometimes we'd fear he might do us some harm, and sometimes he'd give me a ride on his shoulder or cradle me safe in the crook of his arm. Well, they finally got him with a top-secret weapon. They turned him to vapor. They blew him away. That was the day that I swore I would grow up to dance like my daddy and make them all pay. Step 2, 3, stomp 2, 3, kick down the buildings, pivot and topple and pose as they quail. Dip the skyscraper, crush, ball, change, breathe, fire, then once more again, but this time add the tail. Daddy was giant. It cast a long shadow. Such great expectations I never could meet. When your father leaves footprints the size of a townhouse, to walk in his shoes is no trivial feat. No, I never grew up as big as my daddy. No nuclear accident altered my genes. You can't topple houses at 5'11", and the cities I'd savage were just in my dreams. Now, I have a job selling housing insurance. I live in the suburbs with kids and a wife. Mommy lives with us. She's started a garden, and I've grown content with this minuscule life. But Sometimes at night when my family is sleeping, I sneak to the basement room where my kids play. I cover the floor with a city of Legos. And I dance like my daddy did back in his day. Step 2, 3, stomp 2, 3, kick down the buildings, pivot and topple and pose as they quail. Dip the skyscraper, crush ball, change, breathe fire, then once more again, but this time add the tail. Oh, step 2, 3, stomp 2, 3, kick down the buildings, pivot and topple and pose as they quail. Dip the skyscraper, crush ball, change, breathe fire, then once more again, but this time add the tail. Yes, once more again. But this time add the tail. That was, thank you, Peach. That was the Stomp Kick Waltz, a lullaby for children.
Thank you, Dr. Dorr.
Now, next song. We are going to move now to the sun-dappled shores of ancient Greece. Now, to be truly historically accurate, this next song should be sung in a woman's voice. But since we don't have a woman singer,
Well, I'm a woman.
Yes, but you're not a woman singer. So
Well, I can sing. I have the lyrics.
All right, but that doesn't mean that you can't sing this song, Peach. Peach, this song is sung by a very specific woman.
I am all the kinds of women.
Oh, you're not this kind of woman. She's very strong.
Oh, I'm strong.
Strong and she's very sexy.
Let me adjust this microphone for you.
And she knows exactly what she wants.
I want everything. Oh, perfect.
All right. Well, look, cut this out. This has gone long enough. You can just let me sing the song, will you?
Okay.
What do you mean? Okay.
Hit it, Jim.
This song is called On the Rocks.
I plucked a note on my zither and zithered you hither across the wine dark sea. I'd been alone for a while and no gal is an island, but you could be an island unto me. You seemed providential, so full of potential, perfection in a box. But ever since then, baby, you've been on the rocks. See, I know the words. Oh, when the water was placid, your mainsail was flaccid. Flaccid?
What?
Yeah, you made it very specific that I had to say it as flaccid.
Yes, that's because that's how it's pronounced. It means a floppy, limp, lacking in turbo.
I think most people pronounce that word flaccid.
Most people are wrong.
Well, you can't just tell people how to pronounce words. It's very
Peach,
pretentious.
How do you pronounce my name?
Dr. Dorr.
Right, it's pronounced flaccid. Thank you. Let's take it again.
When the water was placid, your mainsail was flaccid.
Yes, it was.
You spent all day braiding your rope, but you seemed reignited the moment you sighted my come hither face in your scope. And when my song made you more mine, you steered toward my shoreline, ensorcelled by my vox. Yeah, vox. What's that?
Vox, pertaining to the voice.
Okay, why didn't you just write voice?
Because I needed a rhyme, and Royce doesn't mean anything.
But ever since then, baby, you've been on the Royce.
Now you're just messing it up on purpose. Stop that.
Hit it, Jim. I don't know why I keep trying. The men all keep dying, crushed on the reef by the waves. I keep wishfully thinking that instead of sinking, one day one man might be saved. But any man comes to see me, he turns to sashimi and ends his days as lox.
It's a kind of fish that you put on a bait.
Yeah, I know what lox are. I eat them. Oh yeah, steer for my harbor, you only alight as flotsam and jetsam and random detritus. Yes, steer clear of me unless you want to be on the rocks, on the rocks. Wow! On the rocks. On the rocks. On the rocks. He kicked me. On the rocks.
Thank you, Peach.
Thank you, Dr. Dewar.
All right. We have one more song to do for you this evening. And unless I get very short, this is a song that can also be found on our album, The Monster Songs. And it is entitled Trolls. Now we thought that we might make use of this special video format to invite a few special guests. So without further ado, Trolls. Yeah. There we go. Everybody lock your doors, I'm coming through. Hide away your children till I've quitted you. Shutter all your windows tight, burn your candles through the night, and if you're lucky, you may find a past without ado. But if you choose to disregard this urgent plea, I can't be held responsible for what you'll see. My fearful cavalcade's been known to shock observers still as stone. When I'm gone, they'll gladly own you're better off than me. I'm harmless on my own. But when I come, I won't be alone. See, I got trolls chasing after me, nipping at my heels, touching up my sleeve. Push you away, but what else can I do? If I stay, I'll bring my trolls straight down on you. I got tiny trolls with eyes of fire engine red. I got giant trolls with nostrils bigger than my head. I got ancient trolls like mossy boulders, trolls with two heads on their shoulders, baby trolls with hungry hips and dangles made of lead. They follow in my footsteps everywhere I go. They've torn to pieces everyone I used to know. They've hounded me through hills and valleys, winding streets and twisting alleys, licking after their chops and hoping someday I'll get slow taking trolls. See, I got trolls chasing after me, nipping at my heels, touching at my sleeve. I push you away, but what else can I do? If I stay, I'll bring my trolls straight down on you. And when my footsteps falter on some barren heath, on carrying sky above, I'm feeling ground beneath. Although I've led them many ways, I know I'll end my running days in bits of bristle picked from many sights of trollish teeth. But still that time I'll lead them on a merry chase. I'll lead the whole damn train about from place to place. And though my fate is set in stone, I'll see they leave you all alone. Make them work for every bone by picking up my pace. So if you hear my song, don't join in or follow along, 'cause I got trolls chasing after me, nipping at my heels, clutching at my sleeve. I push you away, but what else can I do? If I stay, I'll bring my trolls. If I stay, I'll bring my trolls. If I stay, I'll bring my trolls straight down on you.
Thank you. We are Dr. Doer and Peach. And thank you so much for watching. And we should, because they're applauding. We're getting little applaud emojis. And
That's awesome.
And special thanks to our trolls as well.
I want to do my curtsy.
Curtsy. All right. Good. And here is Carmel to engage in some banter with us.
Darlings, that was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Jory is busy on the phone with our fundraising arm. We could just minimize her for a minute, Mayor, and we're just gonna have a chat with Dr. Doer and Peach.
Yes.
Darlings, there's so much love for you in the chat. Did you have
We've
fun?
always been popular in chat rooms.
I hope you don't mind that I changed. I was feeling a little underdressed.
Yeah,
Yep.
hey, it's your ball, baby. You wear the gown you want, or 7.
I was hoping that you could introduce us to your troll friend down in front.
This is our troll friend.
This is Sneed.
This is Sneed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I understand, Dr. Doer, that you're an ethno-crypto-zoomusicologist.
Yes. Ethno-crypto-zoomusicologist. Yes.
Excellent. Such a specific field.
It's a very small field, but a very rewarding one.
Oh, good. Is this troll friend of yours something that you were introduced to on your travels?
Yes. This troll and other trolls like it were trolls that I encountered and interviewed for this song. The song is taken from their personal experiences, and they didn't really have anything else to do, so they decided to become part of the performance.
Well, that
now we're stuck with them,
right?
Because we're all, in place.
It's a very
for a while.
full house.
Well, what a way to be quarantined.
What?
What a way to be quarantined.
It's good.
Yeah.
No, it's
the fun never stops.
Yeah.
Oh, I was hoping that you could also tell us a little bit about your experience with fringe festivals.
Yes. We have done several of them.
I definitely feel like fringe festivals have been an important part of our history as ethno-crypto-zoomusicologists, as well as performers. Fringes are the best place to be yourself and be your art and do your art and get the kind of feedback from like-minded artists that you want in a world where it's about making something that isn't hasn't a script that hasn't been around for 100 years. So it's allowed to have more work in progress. And I think that's one of the best ways that we've been able to enjoy fringes is that we get to really put up new work. And it always turns out
Yes.
Delightfully.
Turns out it's in a supportive environment. It's an alive environment with fellow artists that we've gotten to develop our work and find our brilliance.
Quite simply, most of what we have done through Fringe festivals. So none of this work would exist really without this kind of format.
And I have had the pleasure of working with you a few other times at the Shenandoah Fringe Festival, but what other fringes have you done?
The Capitol Fringe Festival.
Oh, that's in Washington, D.C.
And the Cincinnati Fringe. Cincinnati. And we did.
That's it for fringes.
Okay, that's it for fringes. We did the New York Clown Theater Festival.
Yeah.
That's not a fringe, but it has some similarities in the way that it is structured.
And I worked with you, as I mentioned earlier, down at the Americana Burlesque and Sideshow Festival a few years ago in Asheville. And Asheville has a beautiful fringe as well.
Yes. Yes, we haven't done that one, but we hear good things.
Yeah, but the Americana Burlesque and Sideshow Festival again was the right environment for like-minded artists and discovering brilliance.
And people got to strip to your work. Which
I didn't get to strip. My buttons are
yet.
Yeah, and it's probably best that they stay there. No, that's not. We're not at that part of the show. Oh.
The trolls have other ideas. Well, darlings, is there anything else that you would love the humans to know? While we ask once for any questions from the audience, you can just drop them in the chat, in the Crowdcast chat. And while we're waiting for them to do that, could you please tell us where we can find you and about your web series?
Yes, we do have a website, Dr. Dour, that is D-O-U-R, and Peach.
Yep, just
And
click the link to go to
It's
our
not-
website right
doesn't
now.
Not
Click.
work that way.
No, just I'll hold it still. Just
but-
go ahead, guys.
But we also have a web series. It is 6 episodes long.
I've been watching. Adorable. I love it.
Episode 6, the final episode, will come out, I think, a Monday from this coming Monday. And if you
That
haven't seen
poster,
it,
Dr. Dour, is beautiful.
it is beautiful. Yes. That
Well, thank you. I mean, we didn't do this alone. I mean, we're in it, but so are a lot of other people and unexpected characters. And the people who helped produce that with us made everything possible, from the poster to having incredible footage and making incredible music. We have additional musicians. We have just an amazing team.
So I'm seeing here that people want to buy that poster. Is that possible?
Yeah, I can mail that to you. Oh yeah.
honestly, if you want to buy one, shoot us an email at info@drdour&peach.
We will write that in the chat as
Visit
well.
the website. You can find us on the website. We haven't officially put them up for sale, but we can
People are just shouting things from the show. I saw eyeshadow magic. And
any of the things in the comments don't make sense to you right now, go watch the web series.
Go watch the web series.
And
darling, it's been a pleasure.
One more thing to say. I want to say our special thanks for all the people who lent us equipment for the show. Isoiba Nigvek and Reginus Norahus. I can't read these names. Oh, there we go. Okay, wait. Kevin Boyce, Sharon Christinger, Jimmy Humphreys, Bethany Latane, Brent Miller, and Bonnie Spicknell all helped make this show possible tonight for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to send you along. The mayor is going to see you out, and I'm going to bring up my co-host. Bye. Oh, if we could get Jo Ree Tiger Lily back to the room. I want to check in with her. Darlings, if you've just tuned in, this is the Richmond Fringe Festival Variety Spectacular. There she is.
Yes. Oh,
hi.
Yes. Thank you for the information. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Where are we, darling? Darlings, if you just tuned in, like I said, this is the Richmond Fringe Festival Variety Spectacular, and this is my dear friend, Jo Ree Tiger Lily.
And welcome those of you as well. This is my dear friend Carmel Clavin.
Hello, darlings. I hope you don't mind I changed. I was, I just was feeling a bit underdressed.
Oh, you look lovely regardless of what you're wearing. You're
Thank
just
you, but
so much more sparkly now. I love it.
Well, yeah, it's caftan o'clock. So I'm wearing a caftan.
Caftan o'clock.
I understand that you have some updated fundraising stats for us.
Yes. We have had some wonderful, generous people send us some funds in our direction. Our number presently is $215.
It's so exciting. Thank you. Keep those donations coming, darlings. There is a button at the bottom of the Crowdcast page. It says, "Artwork is work. Buy us a taco and keep the arts thriving. We love tacos. We like to pay rent." And it's a strange time. So as we said earlier, all of the donations are going to help support the Richmond Fringe Festival this year and for next year, building in arts grants and scholarships for the future. But I also would like to take this opportunity, after seeing something as delightful as Dr. Doran Peach. Hold on a second. Jory, are you about to serenade us? I did not know that you played the violin.
Oh, heavens. No. No, but as you can see, this bow is in desperate need of repair, but I can't even imagine where I could take something like this to be fixed.
Oh, darling, I know exactly where you can go.
Oh,
you need to go to 4 Strings.
4 Strings?
Yes, 4 Strings RVA.
Oh.
They are experts at getting your instrument back in tune.
Yes.
We're going to drop a link for them right in that chat. That's FOUR
Strings
RVA. .com.
I'm sure it is. Both instruments.
Absolutely. And they are one of our sponsors for the Richmond Fringe Festival. We thank you so much, Adam, for being here with us.
Yes, thank you, Adam. Thank you, 4 Strings.
All right. So I think it's time, don't you?
Yes.
For our next performer.
It is indeed.
I'm getting a phone call from the
yes, you take that. I'll
fancy
take care of
Victorian
this.
phone.
I'm so excited.
I'm gonna leave this to you.
Very good.
Sorry, 1 second.
Friends, I am so excited to bring our next act to your screens. She is coming direct from the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean in Coney Island. It's Eva Cranky Pants and her suitcase full of subaquatic adventures. Take it away, Eva Cranky Pants.
The time, 7:30 p.m. The day, 5th of November. Longitude is 40 degrees north. Latitude 73 degrees west. The depth is 10.5 feet below the level of the sea. These are the subaquatic adventures of little cranky pants. Around the divers of the subaquatic suitcase, just beyond the circle of light, night creatures stir uneasily, unaccustomed to the brightness. Deep sea explorers enter a well-ordered universe. To observe and record its secrets, they must surrender to the unknown, beautiful, and bizarre. So, this begins the maiden voyage of the idiot cranky pants. This individual is not a scientist of any sort, but an artist of marionette that has zero experience in the marine environment. Novice swimmer at best, never done scuba dive. I have serious doubts that she will succeed in this adventure, much less survive. I have serious doubts. I expect she will sink like potato to the bottom of the ocean depth. Okay, au revoir.
Thank you so much. Everybody put your applause in the chat for Eva Cranky Pants. Thank you. Will the mayor of Awesome Town bring me back up? Ah, there I am. May I have Eva Cranky Pants brought up next to me, please? Oh, that was so wonderful. Yes, look at all the applause. Thank you, everyone. That was so amazing. Anybody that has any questions for Eva Cranky Pants, drop them in the comments. I have a few questions for you myself. That was wonderful.
Thank you.
How long have you been working on this piece?
Since the last equinox or so.
Nice. It's wonderful. Some comments were made about the props. The props were amazing. The story is great. My heart was breaking for that little shark, but he had to go. So tell me about your experience with Fringe festivals.
I'm a festival virgin.
Oh my goodness. So Richmond Fringe is your first festival?
Yes.
Well, I'm sad that it had to be a digital festival, but this is pretty amazing. Also, we're bringing everybody together. I'm so glad that you could be a part of it. But here's hoping that when we're all able to gather together in the real, we can have you be there in person. I have a random question. Are you wearing your sparkly shoes?
My sparkly shoes? Oh,
Yes.
no.
Oh. That's okay. That was solely for selfish reasons.
I know which shoes you want, but yeah.
They're so good. Anyone who's wondering which shoes I'm talking about, go and check out the poster for Eva Cranky Pants. She's wearing these fabulous, chunky, glittery shoes. They're great. And a fabulous costume as well. So tell us a little bit about the story that you're telling and what inspired you to create this piece, because it is really unique and really amazing. And I think I can speak for everyone that we really, really enjoyed watching what you had to present to us today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated with Jacques Cousteau documentaries, and I love his way of doing this kind of like montagey 1960 vampy style of filmmaking. And so I was trying to emulate that with this piece, with the comments and so much Cousteau insults. And also, you know, I'd like to bring in a fun way without, you know, better environment or something like that. It's not really an environmental piece, but it's a mood piece for, you know, kind of like.
You do a great job. The music also adds an excellent element and puts you in that space that you're talking about. That like old-timey, but not too old-timey, classic vintage film kind of place.
Yeah, I think I love, and I'd love to find people to collaborate musically, but I really like, oh gosh, what's his name? The guy who did Bugs Bunny music.
Yes.
That's where I'd like to keep this music and the fun about it. And like a crane, you know, like a SpongeBob SquarePants, that that musician or the composer for that, and a couple of others, just like I can't remember anything right now. My brain is kind of.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. That's wonderful. Well, can you give everyone information on where they can find you on the interwebs, where they can see more of your work, maybe where they can keep up with you and find out what's happening for you next? Because hopefully you'll be able to, now that we've popped your Fringe cherry, you can jump into some other Fringe festivals, and we'll see you all over the place soon.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, Eva Cranky Pants on Facebook. CrankyPantz. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. And Instagram is Evil Marie. I'll put that all in the comments down below. But thank you so much for letting me be here.
Yes, thank you for being here with us. We're so grateful. This has been an adventure for everyone, so we're so grateful that everything worked out and you were able to be here with us and share. It was so wonderful. Well, it's time for us to find out what's going on with our stats. Carmel, are you there? Somewhere? Where are you? Oh,
You have to make her smaller.
read the comments. Someone said that you and Dr. Dewar and Peach should come together and create something, and I am
Jory,
here for that. Yes.
Jory, something happened.
What? You look very concerned. What happened?
Well,
What is that?
I don't know how I got it, but in my usual delivery of rhinestone and feathers, there seems to be a bit of space junk.
Hey, who are you calling a rhinestone, human? I'm a proud piece of space junk. Thank you very much.
That's talking space junk.
It's
That's another level of space junk.
Hunk of space junk, yes.
I have such a headache. It's such a big deal since I'm just a head right now. It's very confusing.
Okay, I was going to say he doesn't have a head. How does he have a headache?
I don't know. Every up is down, left is right.
Yeah, it's kind of like being in space, which is where I'm from, folks.
Wait, what?
I am from outer space.
Not next, you're gonna tell me you're from the future.
I am from the future, where everything is super and robotic and cybernetic and everything is done on the internet.
I know that you're.
That sounds like now.
Can tell that you're lying about it being better.
I kind of am. I mean, I don't really have a truth processor in my system, so I kind of go off a little bit here and there. But yeah, it's okay. We've got some cool things. Like we have genetic modification of our bodies and stuff, so we can have like grow horns and grow gills and things like that. It's really cool. And then we have robots like me, which are everywhere. And we're all very sarcastic, but it works very well.
Is sarcasm the language of the future?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
No, it's really not.
Well, I'm not sure how you got here, but your timing is actually pretty perfect.
I don't really remember how I got here. I was put in a box called Goodwill. I'm really confused about that because it seems like a really inappropriate label for me. But yeah.
Well, if you know anything about me, it's likely that it ended up on my doorstep. But I have to say, this bit of space detritus being here with us reminds me that we have a scheduled call with Captain Orlock of the League of Space Pirates.
Oh.
Sorry, Jory, could you check up on our fundraising?
I will. I'm
gonna call the captain. Oh, hey, there he is.
Hey, Captain.
Before you go, it's too late. It already happened.
Pickles, what are you doing there?
I don't know. I don't know how I got here. I was put in a Goodwill box with Rusty's underwear and a bunch of kazoos. I'm very confused right now.
Yeah, that's Rusty's fault for sure. The ship is empty. I'm here just stranded with no one. Everybody's on different places, all quarantined apparently. And I was looking for you. All I got is your body.
Oh man, it's really confusing. I feel so disembodied right now.
In a very literal way, apparently. Hey, glad to be here, even if I'm minus 6 out of 7 members of my band right now.
Well, Captain Orlock, you're going to be around for a while. I hear that you're time travelers?
No. We're not time travelers. We're in the future. You just have to get a signal from the future.
We are totally time travelers.
No, he doesn't understand how time travel works. It's not like that. But
you know what?
It's 2490 where I am.
I'm gonna leave you alone with each other because
that's a terrible idea.
You have some shit to work out.
Oh wait.
So hold on, I'm just gonna.
Oh man,
careful with the head.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, hey everybody, so excited to be here.
Yeah.
Since I'm in the future.
Oh hey.
You may want to know more about it, and so in that comic,
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. Asimov.
Feel free to go ahead and put questions that you have for the future, and we'll answer them in a little bit. We got to do some other stuff, but if you want to know what happens in 2490, we can tell you. I can't tell you next week, so don't ask for lottery numbers or anything like that. But we can help you out with the far future. Pickles, what's going on?
I am very confused right now. I'm kind of in this chair in this strange place. I appear to be in the year 2020.
Wow, that's terrible. I'm really sorry
Yeah, it
about
really
that.
is.
That's a bad
2020 was
time.
not a good year.
No, not at all. Yeah.
All right, so if we get any questions from the future, you're going to have to read them to me. My ovular modulator is not working too well. So.
All right. Well, I will. And actually, I saw one which I'll answer now, and then I'll answer more later. But one of them was, when does the quarantine end?
2025, I think, originally.
Something like that. The good news is it does end. The bad news is we're now into a COVID 419.
Yeah.
Right now, so it just keeps going. So
the sequel gets better, though. You know,
it is. You know, it's a rare time where the sequel is much better. Absolutely. We also want to premiere a song for you tonight, and I'm going to figure out a way to play it for you, even though, well, you're over there and everybody else is off. Whoever knows where they are. So, would you like to hear what?
Get it? Is it going to be my song?
No.
Can I do my song?
No. What? Oh man, I don't know. Do you guys want to hear him do a song and say no?
It's a song of my people.
Stop saying it. They said yes. I guess you got it.
You got to give them what they want, Captain. All right. So this is a robot song. For robots, by robots.
I'm sorry.
Ready?
Go ahead. Yeah.
110101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010
Yeah. And do you want to tell them what that song was?
Oh, that was the title.
And the title is
Destroy All Humans.
Of course it is. So yeah, you're not going to play that song.
You want me to sing the song?
Please do not. That was good enough. Thank you.
8 hours long.
Sadly, we don't have that much time. Instead, let's play a premiere of a brand new song that we produced. And in fact, in that song, you're going to have a chance to talk to me. How's that sound?
All right, that sounds good.
Okay. I'm going to do a little thing over here. Turn on our space boom box. It's got to be.
Is that what you call my body these days?
Yeah, it's next to you. This is, I don't know where this thing came from, but this is how we do things in the future. So let me get it set up here, and let's take a listen.
It's so weird seeing my own body right there.
Isn't that eerie? Yeah, that's really strange. Okay, here it comes. All right, oh, let me get the microphone over here. Is that good?
Out of the blue came the kill crazy crew, whose motto was stomp all the week. With bones in their hair, they was hungry as bears, and the leader was king of the freaks. They was space pirates, the lowest scum of the yellow sun. They was space pirates, second galaxy just for fun. Out of the blue came the wolf like you knew, but the name of the game was to hate. Perverts and pimps followed one-legged imps. They were bow-legged bastards of fate. They was space pirates, stuck out wide on the Martian side. There was space pirates, empire pressing their hands. Out of the blue came the mind-blowing zoo, a collection of mutated crud. Tap on the hips, there was foam on the lips, and behind them, a shadow of blood. They was space pirates, broken bodies and twisted minds. They was space pirates, squeaking nightmares left behind.
Yeah. What are we singing here, Captain?
It's a theme song.
We don't have a theme song. We do. You were playing it right now. We don't even have a show that we have a theme song.
No, that we play shows all the time all over the galaxy.
But nobody watches them.
Well, that doesn't matter.
What are the lyrics? Don't even make sense.
What do you mean?
I mean, we're not the lowest scum of the yellow sun, and we're pacifists, dude. We're vegetarian. And we're Russian Afghans. I don't even have a proper laser cannon for a robot.
Don't tell everybody our secrets. We're super tough space pirates. Oh man, come on, you don't get it. No, you're not. You need to listen better. Focus it. I'm gonna do it again. All right. Out of the blue came the kill crazy crew, whose motto was stomp on the weak. Bones in the hair, they was hungry as bears, and the leader was king of the freaks. They was space pirates, the lowest scum of the yellow sun. They was space
pirates. Set the galaxy just for fun. Set the galaxy just for fun. Set the galaxy just for fun.
Yeah. Yeah. That was pretty great, man. That was
Right?
awesome.
Yeah.
So, hey, Captain, can you do me a favor?
What?
Well, I need you to adjust something on my body over there.
Okay, what part?
All right. So it's my maintenance.
I just
panel
getting
over there.
disconnected. Hold on. This is high-tech spaceship we got here. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what part?
It's over on the maintenance panel on the far left there. It's a knob. It's a bright yellow knob.
Yeah.
Turn it. It's on your right. Turn it to your right.
Okay. Yeah. What am I doing?
That was the wrong one. That was my vocal modulator.
Oh, hold on.
Turn it to the left.
Hold on. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's better. All right. So, like I was saying, it's on your right. Okay.
My right.
The teal one.
But, hold on. Something's happening. What's this? What's this? Oh, this is good. Oh, give him the screen. This is great. I love it. Yeah, this is gonna be awesome.
Hey, everybody, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at me and you're saying, Randall Cordelock, what on earth are you doing here on Earth at this time of all times in the world, in the history of the world? I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here to give one big old infarction. That's right, infarction, violation, infarction. You know to who? To the coronavirus. Your infarcted coronavirus. This is here. This is you. And I'm even teaming up with the space pirates, who I did test, because this is too important to worry about stuff like that. It's all about infarctions for the coronavirus. It's also all about Katy Perry. I love you. Out there, let's talk. Coronavirus together.
Try again. Yay! That's Randall Cordelock, everyone. In case you didn't know, he works for Uber Corp. And I guess you're in the past, so you don't know about them, but they're the biggest corporation that's ever existed. They just sort of took over everything. A few years from now, you'll find out about it. It's really great. I mean, it's not a lot, but they end up making everything, owning everything, doing everything. And and so they're what?
We call that Amazon.
Yeah, no, they'll be merged with them. You'll see. It's going to be great. And it's going to be. You just wait. It's just a few years from now. So anyway, so they become the biggest corporation ever in existence. They take over everything, just make life absolutely miserable. And they have people like Randall working for them. He shows up all the time and interrupts us all the time. But
he is our biggest fan and equally our worst enemy.
Yes, basically, and like all our fans, really. So
pretty much.
So that happens a lot to us, but we're glad to have anybody really as a fan, frankly. What's going on? Hi.
I wanted to leave you guys alone for a moment, and I enjoyed the music.
Well, we had a moment for sure. He turned all my knobs.
I do twiddle knobs sometimes. It gets lonely in space. What can I do?
Are you a technophile, Captain Orlov?
I have an arm that's like this. So
so just the arm is technophilic, and the
that
rest.
Part I can't control this. This part is all on its own.
I've seen a movie about that. I'm sure of it. Are you playing any shows all over the galaxy in the near vicinity of Richmond, Virginia?
So weirdly, we tend to land in Richmond, Virginia a lot. You guys are very filthy right now, and we're not landing. So sorry, we're in quarantine and you're in quarantine, and so that's not happening. You're stuck with that head. But we love to when we can. Weirdly, we travel all over the galaxy, but when we come to Earth, there's one spot that just sort of sucks our ship to it, and we keep landing.
The wormhole only goes one way.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about, but we do end up there a lot. Yeah.
The gravity well is strong here for weirdos and artists.
It is. We seem to have some sort of sympathetic vibe with y'all.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it was lovely to have you perform. I want to introduce you actually to my dear friend Jo Reed Tigerlily. Let's bring her back up, shall we? The mayor of Awesome Town is going to bring her back, and I'm just gonna.
Hey, well, careful with me now.
What are you doing with pickles?
Sorry, it's just gonna.
Wait a minute. This is cyberbullying.
1 second. Ready?
Bye, buddy. Good luck.
Everything's fine.
Ow!
Wonderful.
Jory, I would love to introduce you to my friend, Captain Orlok.
Oh, hello, Captain.
Hello. Nice to see you.
He's from the future.
I am. And I guess if there were any other questions in the future, I'm happy to answer them with whatever time we have remaining. Would someone like to peruse that? Let me know. And I'll show you in the meantime. Look, we're a comic book sometimes. We make records sometimes.
Okay. All right.
And even CDs, ancient technology. Since other people were showing things, I thought we should show things too.
You absolutely should. Show us all the things.
All the things. Well, I think it's a grown-up show, so that might be okay to show all the things. But...
Oh, you can show all the things. We're not getting zucked today.
No.
No.
We make stuff sometimes. So what can I tell you? What did people ask about?
What year did humanity achieve space travel?
Oh, it's fairly soon. It's like 100 years. You guys are fine. Just hang in there. You don't live that long now. Then that's not. Oh
no, not at this rate. Not with this healthcare system.
That's a bummer. Yeah. But when your lifespan gets longer, it's really great. You're gonna love it. I guess if you last that long. What else do people want to know?
Is Pickles okay?
No, he wasn't okay to begin with. Oh, there, he can answer for himself. He was never okay.
I feel like a ham sandwich right now.
What does that even mean? He was drifting in space when we found him, just a derelict satellite, and we took him on board and turned him on, and we're stuck with him now. Kind of like
an
this troll.
espresso machine, a washing machine, and all kinds of other things.
Yeah, kind of multi-purpose.
He's a bit retro, but I think he fits the vibe.
Well, he was built in the 80s actually, and he was put up in the 80s as a cable TV satellite.
It's hard to tell because they're all dressed like they're in the 80s already in the future. But yeah,
it turns out that fashion comes around every 20 years, so it's back again. What can I say?
And it's been back for like several hundred decades now. Yeah.
Oh, we have a question.
Yes.
Have you ever dated an alien?
Well, weirdly enough, we have found no aliens. We have colonized every planet that we can get to, and no aliens. But because of genetic modification, we can look like anything. So I've dated some people who look like aliens. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really, Captain Orlok kind of puts Captain Kirk to shame in terms of dating. So.
Ooh, shot fired!
I'm just saying, his bunk is right above where I'm stored. So.
Well, it is a small ship. Our tour ship is not very big.
Hear it because you're with us.
That's right.
And in space, no one can hear you. You know, that thing.
Scream.
Scream. Yeah.
Sure. We'll take it. Yeah.
Well, Captain Orlok, it's been a pleasure. We're going to send you on the way.
Can someone pick me up, please?
We'll send the pod down for you. Yeah.
Oh, I wish I could believe that.
I think it's a lost cause.
It's a lost cause. I'm feeling like a lot of things are lost right now. I'm feeling a bit lost.
Well, I can make you feel a little less lost.
What?
Yes. But tell me first about how you're feeling.
I'm just feeling like things are going terribly in these tower times. And I wish I had more than the howling void to howl into.
Yes. If only there was a star we could consult, or a high priestess.
Yes.
Someone with majorly arcane knowledge.
You know what? I know the answer. We need to turn to Madame Ansa's tarot classes.
Yes.
That's right. She is no fool when it comes to empowering humans with all the tools that suit their needs.
Her classes are 3 times a week. They won't leave you feeling like a fool or hung up and strung up like a hanged man.
The world will feel a bit less chaotic, and you'll feel more connected when you get your hands on her World Spirit Tarot deck. Check her classes out online, and you'll feel less like a hermit and be having a devil of a good time.
Head on over to the hardest working woman in show business.com. The hardest working woman in show business.com.
You can also find her on the Faces of Books. That is where she hosts many of her salons.
And she has a Patreon page, Madame Onsa. Excellent, darling.
Whoa.
Jory.
Yes.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time.
Time for
the fully unapologetic adult section of the show.
And we don't have to worry about getting zooked here.
We don't. We've already cut the Facebook feed.
Wonderful. So friends, if you haven't already, put the kitties to bed if they exist. If they do not, then do not worry. We have come to the sexy part of the show. Not that everything else before wasn't sexy in its own special way.
I am wearing a caftan.
It is caftan o'clock.
It is caftan o'clock. It is the sexiest of garments.
But it's going to be a bit scandalous, more scandalous than we could put on Facebook without getting zooked. But here we go.
I am very excited about that. So I'm going to step away and let you introduce our next guest. Mayo, take me away.
So friends, now is the time. I would like to welcome to all of your screens beautiful, the wonderful, the talented Eden Charade. Welcome, Eden Charade. Ah, yes.
In the dirigible gondola, the clouds fog up your monocle. You wipe it with a handkerchief embroidered with a monogram. Looking for lost continents, you better check your pocket watch. We won't be home for lunch, and but they'll keep the platters warm. Not as pure as gold,
Captive of the scientist,
not as sharp as glass.
He practiced his experiment.
Not as strong as stone.
Flesh and blood will never last.
My baby's got a heart of brass. Underneath the diving bell, return to the submersible. For the lonely Nautilus can wrap you in its tentacles, moistening your handkerchief to polish your discovery. The needle of the compass doesn't point to any north.
Not as pure as gold,
Captive of the scientist,
not as sharp as glass.
She practiced her experiment.
Not as strong as stone.
Flesh and blood will never last. My baby's got a heart of brass.
When space waves with laudanum,
We'll get you through the tedium of waiting to be rescued from inside the sanitarium. The esoteric brotherhood suspect you're up to nothing good. The ampule in your handkerchief will put them all to sleep. We're all some kind of machine. We're only cogwheels, pistons and steam.
all of us powered by water and heat.
It makes our tick-tock hearts beat, 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 beat. The automaton forever sits its hand upon the writing desk, gently dips a fountain pen that circumscribes an arabesque, deciphering the messages encrypted by the alchemist. A handkerchief will wipe away the secrets that it keeps. Not as pure as gold,
Captive of the scientist,
not as sharp as
he practiced his experiment.
not as strong as
Flesh and blood will never last.
my baby's got a heart of brass.
Floating down the Amazon, we wonder if we've gone too far. Plunge into the whirlpool at the basin of the waterfall, scribbling this chronicle. The fog clouds up your monocle. A handkerchief can stop her up.
Our message in a bottle, we have left it gently bobbing on the surface of the water as we sail around the spiral into mystery or miracle. Pry into your spyglass, inquire on your oracle. Squint
Yes, yes, yes. Drop your applause in the comments for Eden Charade. Oh, so sexy, so steampunky. So much love. Eden Charade was dancing to Charming Disaster. The song was called Heart of Brass. That is their album that she is holding right now, their brand new album titled Spells and Rituals. Charming Disaster does a weekly live stream that you should absolutely go and check out. They play music, they answer questions, they have wonderful good times. And you should also look for Eden Charade on all of the social medias. She's on Facebook, she's on Instagram, and hopefully she'll be returning to her burlesque screen near you very soon. Thank you so much, Eden. Oh, I love that routine. Y'all can't see, but her pasties have gears and all kinds of fun little things on them. I love a little detail. Oh, hello.
I know. I'm going to tell her. I'm going to tell her. I'm going to tell her. Darling.
Yes.
I have an update.
Yes.
No, but I think they should. I think if he broke his leg, then he should.
Who broke their leg?
Yes, I know you're right.
Who's broken?
Oh, sorry. Also, we've raised over $300.
Oh, yes.
You know, I'll talk to you more later. Thank you. Ciao, ciao. Darling Jory.
Yes.
We have raised over $300, but we are not at our goal quite yet.
Yes.
But that is the word from the fundraising office.
Wonderful. Well, that is a great number.
I think so.
You know what else I think would be a great number?
What would?
Something from you, my friend. It's time. It's time for you to give us something.
Well, I could read you some erotic fan fiction.
Oh my. Yes, please.
Oh, goodness.
Don't you all want Carmel to read us some erotic fiction?
I
Drop
mean,
some eggplant emojis in the chat. Some water droplets in the chat if you want erotic fiction.
Some water droplets, some eggplants in the chat. So I have something that I read a few shows ago that was graciously given permission to read by a Tumblr user named Honey Grunge. Honey Grunge, if you're here, thank you again.
Mayor, before you start reading, Mayor, give Carmel her space. I will disappear from the screen.
Oh, goodness. I'll see you in a little bit, darling.
Yes.
Hello, darlings. So, again, as I was saying, Honey Grunge wrote this little bit of fanfic that I have just sandwiched into this book, which I like because it has a golden horse upon it. And it is called The Black Stallion and Satan. So I found that endearing. So tell me, darlings, how many of you are fans of Neil Gaiman's writing? And specifically, how many of you are fans of his work with the endless? So this story, if you'll pardon me adjusting just a little bit. This story is about dreams. So here's your naughty bedtime story, kids. Cool air, fresh air, the faint stink of skunk weed that the nodding guards have been puffing. These are the first and last things that Morpheus registers upon his escape. And just like that, in less than a heartbeat, in the time-bending snap of he's gone. Free, yet still a prisoner to his needs. He's starving in more ways than one. His essence is nearly faded. He must find sustenance before he loses strength to go on.
He raids a well-known recurring dream, completely nude and ignoring the shocked titters of the dream's inhabitants as he gorges himself at the Jacobean buffet. His ribs are jutting, his pelvis clearly defined, yet still retaining attractive muscle mass, having fed on the excess dreams he could snatch away from the mansion's sleepers during his imprisonment. Morpheus flees this dream, arms heavy laden with as much food as he can carry. He slumps naked in the endless dark of the void, starry eyes flashing whilst he crams himself to the point of vomiting. Then he chokes down some more, moaning as energy bleeds into his starved veins. Finally, he finishes and uses this newfound energy to craft himself some clothing. But he still has a need, an animalistic desperation clawing at his psyche. He needs sexual release. The master of stories, the weaver of dreams, he too has a sexual desire. And so he enters your world, groaning in effort as the transition drains more of his precious energy. Rain is falling and flattens his long onyx locks against his emaciated face while he hunts. He senses every human he passes by, their loneliness, their likelihood to give him what he wants. A mind is easily broken, but more power is gained from a willing participant. Here. The doors swing closed as he enters. The crowd parts for his aura, shy gazes dropping from his pupils. His eyes are galaxies. It's impossible to stare into them without feeling peeled back and exposed, laid bare on the examination table of the universe. You're leaning against the bar when he finds you, hips jutting out in a less than subtle invitation. This way, your body whispers. He can't help but answer that ancient call. His dark form fills your vision, distraught face softening with anticipation. A drink, he murmurs, watching you through his celestial orbs as you size him up. Or perhaps a dance. He suggests that thin hand sliding up to fondle your hip. You nod your agreement as he pinches a portion of his dream sand out and dusts it in your face. Eyes roll back into your skull and he leads you to the back, thunking open a bathroom door and pulling you inside. It's dingy, disgusting. It will do just fine. You're soaring between the planes, eyes flicking back and forth, almost imperceptibly. Dream whispers into your ear, and his voice echoes in your cranium, distant, despite his proximity. He's soothing you, charming your mind. His ageless voice rasps. I will steal years from the end of your life, but in return, you will earn a happier existence. I grant you eternal satisfaction. Your bones give a slight creaking, dust gathering in your marrow as 15 years slide away. But you're uncaring, smiling blissfully into his chest as he bares himself to you. Your underwear is lowered, and you're pushed aside. He twists you around and he bends you over. Cold fingers dig into your hips. Warm, blunt flesh prods at you. A thrust, a groan, a wail. And he's filling you, stretching more than you've ever been stretched. You flicker in and out of your dreamscape when he starts to move. Desperation speeding him on. You're creating quite the cacophony, but no one will bother you. Two crackheads fucking in a seedy bathroom is common occurrence here.
His voice is music to your ears, deepening your arousal as he drags you up into the plains with him. You can see things, unimaginable things, terrifying yet beautiful. But you're safe, nestled against his spirit as it feeds on your physical and incorporeal offerings. It's over far too quickly with a simultaneous peak. You scream into the void, pleasure unlike any other rippling over your frail human spirit. It strips your mind bare, but Morpheus is caring enough to rebuild you. You regain one of the stolen years when he releases, the endless essence blinding your mind and filling you utterly. Sliding down your shivering thighs as dreams' long, cold fingers withdraw from your dazed soul. No, no, more, please, let me have more, you gasp. But he's already gone, leaving you alone in the scunge and the graffiti. You would feel empty if not for his gift. The existential diamond ebbs, your drained humanity clinging to it like blind faith. But this faith isn't blind. It's beautiful. It's real. Endless. And you know, dear ones, that this won't be your last meeting with the one they call Dream. I'll give you a moment to collect yourselves. Woo! It's a little warm over here at Awesome Town Manor Broadcasting Studios. Did you enjoy yourselves? Thank you again to the author of that bit. It was called Eternal Satisfaction by Honey Grunge from Tumblr. And if you don't know what the hell I've been talking about and who that character is, don't worry about it. Just go and get yourself some Neil Gaiman in your life, and it'll all make sense. But in the meantime, I think you have some lovely dreams ahead of you this evening, dear ones. I do love reading aloud to a group, especially porn, because it's really uncomfortable. Like, it's really uncomfortable in a lovely, incongruous way. It's I feel terrified before I'm about to read publicly to people when it's erotica, because it is so intimate, and yet we are all here in this public space together. So if I could have my dear co-host back up, I would greatly appreciate her company. Darling Jory, are you there?
I'm here. Just bring it down.
Do you need a minute?
I'm fine now. A moment ago, it was not the case.
I'm happy to facilitate, darling.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that.
Oh goodness. When I do that in a room full of people, it's a very exciting parabola to look at, because in the beginning everyone is screaming and excited and they're just, yeah, we're here for this. Woo! And then I start reading and they're like, woo, yeah. And then they get quieter, and then they get quieter, and then they get dead quiet.
It's very tight and hot and quiet.
And then they realize that there are other people physically touching them as they are having a moment. And then they realize it's a public moment. Yes. And then everyone is held hostage by this experience. And the end of the story hits, and I close the book, and pardon the analogy, but the crowd just explodes. They explode. Yeah. And it is lovely, and there's so much catharsis. So what can I say? Does anybody over in the chat
have any thoughts, any questions?
I saw some lords in there.
There's a lot going on. Oh, if you like my reading voice, I actually do read on the internet. I have a podcast called The Glamour Hobo Field Notes, 100 Mile Stories. So you can go and find that on any streaming service. It's all available. It's free. There are 6 or 7 episodes at this point. I travel a lot because of being a glamour hobo, which usually stands for homeward bound, but now it stands for homebound. So I'm a glamour homebound.
Glamour homebound.
But every 100 miles or so, I write a little story to keep myself awake. And I base it off of where I physically am or something that I've seen. And so I have these little microfictions that I curate into episodes that are only 5 or 6 minutes long. So if you like the sound of my voice reading you a story, I would recommend it. It's on Patreon, Carmel Clavin on Patreon. And we're going to drop that in the chat. Speaking of the chat, somebody pointed out that the chat got quite quiet as well,
Silent.
right in the middle of that. So
everyone was like, and then
it was between that or some Harry Potter erotica.
Ooh. Would not have been mad about that either.
I have to say, it's my favorite bit. It's between the Whomping Willow and the Ford Anglia. I have it recorded up on the internet as well. You're very, very good. It'll go into the Patreon.
Yes.
So, darlings, I think it's time for us to invite up our next performer, who is one of us fab femmes who works at Spectacle and Mirth, bringing you the Richmond Fringe Festival, which is where you are right now. The Richmond Fringe Festival Variety Spectacular is this conglomeration of things that were meant to happen at our live action festival this weekend in the after parties and in our variety show. So I'm glad that we're all here in the space together. We've had the League of Space Pirates. We've had Dr. Dorn Peach. We've had Eva Crankpants. That's right. And Eden Charade. But now it's time for Sarah Joy. We're going to bring her up a little bit over on the screen. And this is also a reminder while we bring her up. Darling Jory, what do the people need to do?
The people need to donate. See this green long button here at the bottom? Click it and send us your donations because we need them. The Fringe needs them. The Fringe needs your support.
That's right. We, as you may know, were very, very near to production. So we had printed all of our
everything.
And we also had our buttons and our programs and everything. Oh, could you grab me a button?
They're beautiful.
They're on the windowsill in the other room. I'm sending a helper to grab some swag, because I'm gonna say, if you want a button, you could donate to us some money, and we will send one to you. I think for at least $15, we will send you one. So everybody who showed up earlier for the festival tickets for our featured performances, we're going to send you a button. And by the way, you can still get tickets. Jory, is that not correct?
It is correct. All of the events that we streamed earlier today are still online for the next 48 hours, so you can buy a pass and see all of the things that you missed today. Look at these beautiful posters. Look at this beautiful logo. Oh, gorgeous.
And it's very small, but this is your button. Hold on.
Cute. You have to hold it like a beauty influencer.
Is this what? Oh my god. No, please. I'm gonna wear one right now. So it's upside down.
So if you donate to us at least $15, and that can include buying a ticket to go and see all of the featured shows that that happened today, so you missed them live, but you can go back and replay them for the next 48 hours, we will send you a button. You just need to drop us your address. You can send us an email, carmel@spectacleandmirth.com. That's my name, CARMEL @spectacleandmirth.com, as in we make a spectacle of ourselves for your mirth. And we'll get you buttons. Hooray! All right, as we're still waiting for our next performer, Sarah, I would really love, Jogri, if you could just speak a little bit about the artists that were meant to come, but could not. Just to give us a snapshot of what we did have in store.
Oh my goodness. Well, one specific performer that is coming to my mind presently, because they were just so wonderful and strange and funny, is Fruit Salad.
Oh, Fruit Salad from Atlanta.
Fruit Salad was this Gallagher crossed with clowns, but not exactly clowns, and fun stunts and dancing, and they were going to come and perform wonderful things for you all. We also had Ripples in the Water, which was going to be on the James River. How exciting!
Well, it was that piece was imagined as a complete thing, and then they're local, and actually the story was written by Dr. Doerr from Dr. Doerr and Peach.
Shout out to Dr. Doerr.
I know, and so they had done this whole thing, and they'd been rehearsing, and then all of this started happening, and we said, okay, we're going to instead of doing a full show, we're going to film them live and do a live stream from Orbital Music Park, which is an amazing, cool place here in Richmond. And they said, okay, we'll change it a bit. And then we realized that wasn't going to happen in the right time frame, because we were all going to get a shelter in place very, very soon because of COVID. So I said, you should really film this as soon as you can. Let us do that in the next 2 days. And they said, okay, we'll change it again. And because they had to change their rehearsal process, so that because it's a 4-person movement and song piece, they were rehearsing 6 feet away. They kept changing their blocking so that they could be safe but still make art in the same place. And then we couldn't do it. And I said, I'm so sorry. And we got our shelter in place before they filmed it. And then I said, I'm gonna try. And they're like, all right, we're going to try and make a video project out of it. And I said, okay. And sadly, it just did not manifest this year. So, there's Genevieve. She's actually in the chats right now.
Genevieve,
the director. So it is.
Yes, you will arise again.
We
Future.
will. We absolutely will.
Thank you so much for wanting to be a part of our very first Richmond Fringe Festival. We were so excited to have you.
All right, so we're just having a little technical difficulty, and we're going to figure it out.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you,
Yes.
but we cannot see you.
Why can't you see me?
I don't know, darling.
I don't know either. Let me try. Let me put the camera back in again and see what that is. The camera stopped reading on the other computer, so.
Okay. Well, darlings, we were mentioning that this next performer is Sarah Joy. She is a delight. She's an utter badass. I've known her for a few years now, and she's one of my very favorite people. But she's also a belly dancing woman with such skills and such style, and she teaches. I don't know if you knew this about her, but she totally teaches classes online. So you could learn from her.
Oh, hey, I can change my camera and mic. Hold on.
We're all learning. We're all learning.
There it is. And let me adjust it real quick. That's put some light over there.
I don't know if you guys can hear what's going on, but it sounds exciting.
It's so exciting.
Oh, hey!
There
We
she
should see you. You're a bit, yes, it's staying in the show. We can see the edge of the blue of your, it looks a little off center.
It should be a little off center. That's okay.
All right.
Because I won't be.
Okay, well then we're going to get out of the way. The mayor is going to see Jory and I out. Oh, we can see your whole studio, darling.
Oh my heavens. That is so much bigger than that was earlier.
You know what though? It looks great. Just leave it there.
Behind the screen. Now I have to set it back down. You can also see my partially renovated house.
Great.
I hope you all enjoy that.
I do.
Now art.
In the chat, someone went, "Is there a Joy sighting?"
I was just standing alone, a drifter with no one for my own. I turned around, and what a surprise my eyes had found. I knew the moment I saw you, I'd fallen for you. You turned to me, I turned red, and I'll always remember how it said nothing at all. Just smiled and surrendered to the call of love that graced us from above. I'd fallen for you. I didn't know how alone I'd been till you let me in your world. I didn't know that dreams came true till I made you my girl. And I'll never forget that fateful occasion when we met and how it seemed you climbed through the window of my dreams. I knew the moment I saw you, I'd fallen for you. I didn't know how long I'd been till you let me in your world. I didn't know that dreams come true till I made you my girl. And I'll never forget that fateful occasion when we met and how it seemed you fell through the window of my dreams. I knew the moment I saw you, Eyes falling for
You.
I know, it's so weird just to hear one people cheer.
Hello, darling. Hi.
How are
I
you?
hope you don't mind. I brought a friend.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Okay.
Pickles, how are you? I've been watching you all evening.
I'm doing alright. Kind of a little in pain, but other than that, I'm all right. Yeah, I'm good.
Do you experience pain the same way we do?
Yes, much more vividly, but artificially.
Oh well.
It's okay.
In that case, it's my understanding.
I am possibly the biggest nerd.
We like
My
nerds.
nerd type goes from like here to like here.
See, I was wondering because earlier at 6 o'clock we had Paulo Garbanzo, the mayor of Awesometown, do his lecture theater piece called "The Last Time We Had Money."
I was there. It was amazing.
So he's a huge nerd, and I have a feeling that if you guys are ever in the same place at the same time, that either the universe will explode or the universe will explode in a good way, like all of the possible things that could be true in comic books are actually true.
It's very true. The last time we were together, his level 0 goblin leveled up to a 2. That guy's still running around the world.
I would like you to know that he's laughing hysterically on the other end of this. He's running tech for us. Oh my God. So that is wonderful. Now tell us more about Geek Chic Entertainment.
Yes, absolutely. So I run Geek Chic Entertainment. Geek Chic, so easy to say. Entertainment is where artists can bring out their geekier sides. We are contracted with Comic Cons to come out and provide entertainment. We do burlesque, variety, and belly dance, all with a geeky bent, and we love it. We are on Facebook. Obviously, because of this, we are having cons cancel like everyone else, but that's okay because we're looking at how we can pivot it and bring entertainment to you guys.
That's right. And I am thrilled that you are on the Spectacle and Mirth team. That is huge.
Me too.
You're such a badass. If you don't know, Sarah is our Minister of Finance.
Spreadsheets, also nerdy. Love that.
She loves the sheets.
Numbers.
All the numbers. All the donations tonight, calculated by hand.
Yes, you're the best, darling.
I see all your names. You're so good.
Is there anything else that you want to say to the people before we move to the next act?
Yes, 2 things if you don't mind terribly. First, I am teaching online classes. Tagged in a million.
We're gonna drop it in the chat.
Perfect. Secondly, the song that I just performed to is a song by my friend Drayton. I live alone, so I am sheltering in place alone. One thing that has really helped me is to listen to my friend's music. Drayton does know that I'm using his music. He's given me permission to perform to it, especially online. It is like a voice, and you can dance to it. It's the same with Carmel. I know that Carmel has provided music for me. I just listen to all of your music on repeat so that I never feel alone because we aren't. Even though we have to physically distance, we're not socially distant.
That's so sweet. I wish I had emotions.
Thank you, darling. Thank you. And thank you guys so much for supporting this festival. This means the world to us.
Yes. Again, we're going to send you on your way. The mayor is going to see you out. Goodbye, darling. If you're just tuning in, this is the Richmond Fringe Festival Variety Spectacular. We're closing in on the end of the show, darlings. I know, it's so upsetting.
The Richmond Fringe Festival is brought to you by Squex Intergalactic Space Soda, made with real dark matter. Get heavy, get Squex.
I haven't seen that check clear.
That's one of our sponsors, right?
No.
No.
But you know who is?
Oh.
Bloom.
Bloom. I'm not familiar with this word.
You know, like flowers.
Flowers. Hold on. Data researching. Buffering. Oh, yes. Flowers. Yes. An ancient earth creature. The reproductive organs of plants. Are we reading porn again?
Maybe.
Okay. I can't really get into that too much, having no sexual organs myself, but you do your thing.
But what you can get behind is art.
Yes.
Bloom is a festival in Charlotte, North Carolina, put on by Satara. You met one of Satara earlier this festival at 4:00 during her show called Serendipitous.
Wait a minute. You mean the Bloom Festival? Oh, yes, the Bloom Festival is still going on in our time in the future.
Well, that's excellent news. Is it still an aerials and belly dance and fire performing arts
Yes,
festival?
except it's all done in zero gravity now.
Ooh.
It makes it, all the aerial acts are off the chain, literally. But, it kind of makes it a little difficult for some of the burlesque performances and things like that because all the underwear is floating around in zero G's and the fire is flowing around in zero G's for the fire performers. It's you have to sign a waiver to see the show, but it's really good.
It's a zero G string.
I wish I could get humor.
Well, I have something even better for you.
Yes.
Thank you again to Bloom.
Yes.
And also a second shout out to 4 Strings RVA for helping us produce this festival. Thank you. If you or your business want to help us next year or our mid-year programming, we would love to talk to you. Send us an email, carmel@spectacleandmirth.com. We'll put that in the chats. But right now, I'm just gonna...
Hey, Carmel. Carmel, wait a minute.
Hand this off.
Wait a minute.
Second.
No. That's twice now.
It's fine.
It's cyberbullying.
Technically, he is a cybernetic creature. So, it is my pleasure, it is my privilege to bring back to the front of the room Jory Tiger Lily. Mayor, could you bring our good friend back? So you may not know this about Jory. Not only is she a burlesque dancer, not only is she a certified badass for being part of Spectacle and Mirth, not only is she a lovely actress and a wonderful human being, she can sing. And honey, can she sing? So, without further ado, I'm going to shut my trap. I hope you enjoy it. Take me away, Mayor.
I'm as sweet as candy, candy for a lick. I'll be an almond joy to any girl or boy. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. I'm more delicious and nutritious than any Charmers or any bonbons you get on Halloween. In southern towns, I show my mouths to cattle farmers. Now they're, by golly, the jolliest ranchers that you've ever seen. Woo! Watch out, boys, I'm on a roll-o. I'm as sweet as candy. say about Snickers? I know you're hungry. I'm a red hot loving bubblicious slick tic-tac. I'm a jaw-breaking, gobstopping, life-saving, starburst and out in your mouth snack. Turning tricks and treats they could bar. You'll be my Mr. Goodbar. Unwrap me, you'll be happy, you'll see. Reese's went to pieces over me.
What? Amazing!
You need to see their dentist now. Yeah.
Amazing. No, I can't afford to go to a dentist.
Well, you better stay away from me. Nothing but cavities over here.
But darling, I'm gonna be like George Washington and get me some wooden teeth.
Oh.
With the healthcare in the state that it is, and the plague in the state that it is, what are we to do?
What do we do? Well, hopefully we don't do that.
Oh, darling.
From George Washington and his dentures, I just wonder what on earth did his breath smell like?
Horrible. Horrible. You know it's not horrible? You and that song. Girl!
Thank you.
Can you tell us more about how long you've been singing?
Oh my, a long time. Since I was a wee little cherub, I've been singing.
Not for one moment do I believe that you were ever cherubic.
A little tiny bit, and then I discovered that there were better opportunities when you were not a cherub, and I took those opportunities.
Yes, please. Yes. The chat is blowing up with how much they love you. I can't be mad about it. Let's talk for a minute before we move into our last act of the evening.
Wonderful.
Let's talk for a minute. What do you see as artists moving forward in this new landscape? In this, this has been an experiment. We've been here all day, streaming some work and connecting the best that we can. We are built, you and I are built to be in front of live audiences, and we love doing that, and we're skilled at that. But what does that look like now? Talk to me.
It looks like this. It looks like us making the best of these platforms that have existed for some time, but now just using them to their full ability and capacity and bringing art to people where they are. Because, it's unfortunate that we can't be on stage anymore, that we can't be in our favorite venues doing the things that we love, but us continuing to do things like this are what's going to make it easier for those venues to still be able to open their doors when all of this is over. And it's going to keep us sharp, and it's going to keep our audiences entertained, because everybody's just sitting at home consuming art right now, just gobbling it up. And I, for one, am more than happy to bring it to people where they are. And if we can just continue as artists to, I think it was Brittany who said it earlier today, not quarantine our minds.
Yes.
That really,
yes. You are not in quarantine.
Yes.
Your mind is not in quarantine.
Mind is not in quarantine.
And she said, use your words to ignite other people.
Other people.
So good.
Yes. And he also said, all we have is our words right now. We can't be physically with each other. So we have to use our words to touch and agree, as I like to say, and communicate and connect with each other. So let's take this time to get to know each other better, everyone.
Yes.
And share our art and share our creativity and develop all of the things that we've been wanting to develop for a long time and put them out there for the world to see.
And the best thing I've heard so far in these 3 weeks since I got off the plane from Adelaide Fringe until today, while we've been reinventing the festival and trying to figure out what to do, and here we are on this live streaming platform, Crowdcast. It's been around for a while, but everyone is going through growing pains and trying to figure out the best way to do things.
And I was listening to kind of like a how-to, what's the best way, what do we do live stream just 2 days ago. And the smartest thing I'd heard the entire time was treat the technology like a collaborator, because it's going to change the experience. It's going to change the work. Live streaming something is not the same as having it perfectly pristine in one piece, or that it's live with other people in the room. Like, you have to treat each piece of work as something that affects the work, and the technology of how you present the work is absolutely on that list. So just as your audience is on that list. So it was just a lovely, positive way of looking at something, instead of like, technology, it's so
treating it like a hurdle or something, a hindrance. And it doesn't be, like you said, it's not only a tool, but it is the interface is a part of the cast.
Yes.
The crew.
Absolutely is. And like, what can we build with that? And what can we build in this format that can then move away from this format, as opposed to the other way around, which is what we're doing right now, of like, we have a bunch of live things and now we're trying to fit them into this like not quite built for it digital online mold. Like, what could we do on the other end when we've built things online and we want them to breathe air in the real world and be conspirators again in the same room? So I'm really curious about that. I was ignited by that. So I think that we can build something beautiful. And the Richmond Fringe Festival is trying, darlings. We believe that we make our own light. So we might be closing in on the end of this evening, but I would like to remind you of a few things. One, you can still donate. There is a little donate button at the bottom. It says artwork is work. Artwork is taco. Keep the arts thriving. And remember, if you want a button, donate $15 or more and tell us your name and your address. You could also buy tickets to still see the shows that we streamed today. Our featured shows were at 2, at 4, and at 6. And they're going to be up for the next 48 hours, but all you need is that streaming pass. So $15 will get that to you, and a button if you want one. Also, we are going to stick around just for a little while to chat to you if you want to chat to us. And I invite you to experience other fringe festivals as they are reincarnating and as they are emerging, because we're all going through this. I have been on so many calls with other producers who are heartbroken and who are confused and who are ready to rally and full of great ideas. And we are part of a united front. We have the United States Association of Fringe Festivals across the United States that Richmond Fringe is a part of, but also the World Fringe Network. And that is a glorious, glorious group of people. There are over 250 festivals. And I just got to spend a week with some of them in Adelaide this year, repping really hard for Richmond Fringe. So, you know, if you feel alone at all, please don't, because not only are these finely dressed, bedazzled women here before you, and all of these incredible artists who've transformed and learned to be here with you because they didn't want to give up the ship, but the World Fringe Network is here with us. So they, some of them have even tuned in. I saw them in the chats. So, darlings, it's time. It's gonna get real weird. It's gonna get full fringe for this last performer. Jory, would you like to introduce her?
I would love to. Friends.
Mayor, take me away.
It's about to get scandalous. It's about to get bloody.
So bloody.
So bloody.
Not me. Oh. It's Hollywood Squares suddenly.
So friends, I would like for you to strap in. Get very, very close, very cozy to your screens. We are bringing to you a very dear, dear friend of mine. Her name is Casablanca. She is the love child of Tim Curry and Marilyn Monroe, the vivacious thespian, and she is here to bring you some epic art.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Screens. Thank you.
What's going on? What on earth have we been doing with ourselves?
Who even knows? Oh.
Can we please bring Kaza up to speak with us?
Amazing.
All of the clapping. That is the best way to beauty regimen in these plague times. Just straight to the blood. Hey, there you are. Can we bring Jory up as well? Oh, goodness God. You've cleaned up so quickly.
I know. I can't help it.
Oh, darling, wonderful. Firstly, I would like to point out that many of our artists, we asked them to shoot their piece and then have it ready on YouTube so that we could play it in case the live stream went down.
Yeah.
And she did the backup. And then I said today, I was like, are we going to have you performing live or are we going to have the YouTube? And she goes, you have to play the YouTube video because I've run out of blood. I've rehearsed it so many times.
I've had 3 gallons of blood and now I'm got to
3 gallons?
3
Yeah,
gallons.
3 gallons of blood.
2 virgins, 3 gallons of blood.
Yeah.
Fresh out of in these plague times, it's really hard to get virgins to come by the castle.
Yeah, like I swear.
But can you tell us about
more blood?
More blood. Can you tell us for just a minute about like why did you want to do this piece? What inspired you to it?
I found this character like a real life character a couple of years ago, and I was fascinated by her, and the fact that she was the first female serial killer. And she was 1600s Hungary, and like she was amazing to me, like not because all the blood, but like how can you do that?
Right.
Like she murdered over 600 young women and children. Yeah.
I've heard that it was a smear campaign by the church.
But when you look at her like she was inbred for so many years, like they keep like incest. She was mad. She was like, part of me thinks there could be a smear like thing, but part of me she was crazy. Like she was batshit crazy.
Yeah, her name is Erzsébet Bathory, for everyone at home, the Blood Countess, as she was known.
Yeah.
And Kaza, if I'm not mistaken, you've survived a heart attack, stroke.
A heart attack, stroke, heart transplant, and cancer.
Didn't you have cancer twice?
No, one.
Okay, different person had cancer twice. I mean, you're unkillable.
Right.
Your spirit is completely unkillable.
I hope I can make it through COVID-19. Yeah.
We need you. We need you to stick around.
Yeah.
Because your level of weird and artistry put together make me so happy. Like, I'm so glad you were here.
Thank you.
Do you want to say anything to the people? Where to find you on the internet?
Casablanca on Facebook. www.casablancaburlesqueartist.com. And
we're dropping it in the chats.
Oh yeah. Like
we're doing it right now. We've got the mayor on it.
Yeah. And on Instagram, Casablanca Burly Babe.
Right. I love your handle. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, darling, we're going to send you on your way.
Bye, Kaza. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here. Oh my God.
I love Kaza. I remember when Kaza first stepped onto the burlesque stage.
Yeah, tell us the story.
She had all the Marilyn Monroe vibes, and she had a riding crop, and she was just mean mugging the whole audience and just slapping it in her hand.
Yes, please.
I thought for a moment that she might go out into the audience and spank someone. He didn't that night, but
not then. Maybe later.
It came later. But her creativity and artistry is boundless. It comes into her head and she makes it happen. My favorite Casablanca burlesque act is when she is a cat mother with several teats.
That's right.
Yes. And the little kittens are magnetized to the teats. And she dances around. And it's magnificent. I don't know where you can see this, if she will ever bring it back to a stage. But if she does, it is a must see.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm getting a call.
Oh!
We're going to get the final count for what we've raised. If I could just 1 second. Jory, while I speak to our Minister of Finance, could you tell the nice people all about what this has been and where we're going?
Yes, friends, this has been the Richmond Fringe Variety Stream-a-thon, and we are so grateful that you all came and joined us today. For those of you that have purchased passes, that have been with us all day long, thank you so much. For those of you that haven't done that just yet, the things that we streamed earlier today, our featured programming, will be up for the next 48 hours. So you have the opportunity to buy a pass and see those things. And thank you to everyone who donated during this stream-a-thon. Thank you so much. You really kept it lively and nostalgic telethon feels for us. It's been wonderful. Oh,
thank you, darling.
Oh, we've got the final count.
I have a count.
What is it?
$440,000. That's not true. $440 is what was raised during this, and you can still donate, and you can still buy tickets, as Jory just told you. Darlings, we're at the end. Our time together, this liminal space is closing, and we are so happy that you've been here with us to support Fringe as an art form in general, but also us specifically. The Richmond Fringe Festival is honored that you spent your evening with us. Out of all of the chat rooms on the internet, you had to walk into ours, and what a perfect way to end with crazy, bonkers, banana pants, bloodbath, burlesque. and a heartfelt thank you from all of us at Spectacle and Mirth, from all of the artists who were able to be here, and of course a big, huge, loving shout out to the people who we had to say goodbye to, who could not be part of the Fringe this year because of the circumstances. We love you, and we hope to see you again in the future.
Yes.
So, from my dear friend Jory Tiger Lily,
from my dear friend Carmel Clavin,
and from our dear visiting friend Pickles.
Hey guys.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, friends.
We'll stay on the chat for a little while to say hello to you. Goodbye. Good night. Goodbye. Good night. Could the mayor please see Jory to the door, and Pickles, could you give me some room?
Okay.
I'm having a moment. I'm feeling really seriously. I'm having a moment. It's all over. Oh God.